Karibu, Akwaba, Bienvenue, and welcome to the 65th edition of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. My name is Kim Poole. I'm a soul fusion performing artist and a founder of the Global African Sheroes Union. I'm excited to be featured as a part of one of the virtual events, parallel events, for the United Nations virtual celebration this year. The Global African Sheroes Union exists to protect the social, political, and economic interests of global African women in spite of geographic location, in spite of language, religion, and many of the barriers that seem to keep global African women from connecting our cultural narrative. We're excited to represent the collective voice and agenda this year as we consider the Beijing 25 Platform for Action. Please join us March 16th between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Hello, my name is Angela Sales, and I am your international host and chair for the Global African Sheroes Union. Welcome to UNCSW 65. The Sheroes Sisterhood is important to me because it provides a place for global African women from all over the world to connect together and do things. We move, we're dynamic, we put things in action, and that is the beautiful thing about the Global African Sheroes Union. We represent one voice. We look forward to you joining us at our Heal, Glow, Grow session, as well as our all-day activities as we look at the state of global African women. Welcome to UNCSW 65.
Hi, my name is Wamboy, and I am an educator. I love education, and I believe in the power of the right kind of education.
Hello everyone, my name is Gillian Efrobi, and I am representing Nigeria at the 65th session of the Commission on the Status of Women.
Hello everybody, my name is Dr. Rahab Njeri. I live in the city of Cologne, which is in Germany. I am representing Germany and Kenya. I am a historian and a community activist, and my field of research are post-colonial studies and gender.
My name is Gifty Owusu, and I'm from Ghana. I'm representing Ghana with CSW, Commission on the Status of Women. I am an administrator. In the hospital.
I am Marsha Marie All. I am from the beautiful Caribbean island of Jamaica, but currently based in East Africa. The type of work I do with young women is mostly focused on communication strategies, how to empower young women, girls to tell their own stories, to tell their narrative in an authentic manner.
Hi, I'm Bonsusewa Gifty from Ghana. I'm a filmmaker, a script supervisor, of course, and a cosmetologist.
Hello, my name is Odilia Okonga, a Shiro from the Netherlands. I am the founder of the African School Netherlands, where we teach history and African culture.
Hi, my name is Firdaus Bobolia. I am from South Africa, and I'm part of the Sheroes, and we will be hosting at the CSW 2021.
Hey world, well this is Nashina Mary. I'm from Uganda. Currently I'm a young leader speaker at Macquarie University. I'm a student doing Bachelor's of Youth Development work, and I'm in my third year. I volunteer with the Sheroes Sisterhood Uganda.
Hello, my name is Denisha Johnson, and I am a Shero. I currently live in the say, what were the things that the African countries did right? What did they do wrong? How do we build on all of this and learn lessons so that we can keep Africa rising?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Angela Sales. I am the international host and chair for the Global African Sheroes Union. Welcome to the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women 65. We thank you for your patience this morning. We've had a few technical issues, but it looks like we are live now because I see our beautiful hosts on the screen. To the United Yes. So we have an exciting day of activities planned for everyone. We have 3 wonderful segments. We're going to be kicking off our first segment here now. Our theme for this year is taking the pulse of global African women. So up first, we have our first panel this morning, hosted by the African Women's Elders and Intercultural Dialogue. And so our host, Njiri, are you our host this morning for our first segment? We want to welcome you.
Thank you.
And welcome everyone on the panel. And I will turn it over to you. So we are excited for the contribution we'll be making today. Please, you have the mic.
Thank you so much, Sister Angela. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you find yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, dear listeners, and all those who have taken their time to join us today, I would like to welcome you all to this event with the title African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue. Welcome, Karibuni, Ini Issei. Before I introduce our guest, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge that we do not stand alone, but stand on the shoulders of those who have come before us and who have paved the way for us. I would like to acknowledge all those whose names we know and whose names we don't know and will never know. We are because they are. I want to acknowledge our global African Sheroes who are the organizers of today. But no matter where you find yourself in the globe, welcome and thank you for joining us today. My name is Njeri, Rahab Njeri. I'm going to be a moderator this morning or afternoon or evening. I come from the matriarch of the Serra clan. I am one of the 9 daughters of Mombi in Gikuyu. I'm a historian, mother, and community activist. So I welcome all of you. And our theme this year is Guardians and Guardians of Culture, inviting global attention to institutionalized slavery, forced labor, and human trafficking. And today we have the pleasure of having our welcome remark from Sister Imakus Nzinga Adiobo, Director Council of African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue, to give us her welcome remarks. Welcome, Sister Imakus. Unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not a technocrat, but anyway, it's really good to see everyone. Well, first and foremost, giving all honor, praise, and glory to our Mother, Father, Creator, and to the memory of our great African ancestors whose shoulders we stand upon, whose backs we lean upon, and whose shoulders have held us up until this day. I pray for the safety and blessings to be upon all of you and your families, and those who are less fortunate than ourselves. For those who are sick and shut in, for those on the path of truth and righteousness, to provide food for their tables, good health and strength, joy, happiness, and peace. And may COVID-19 not come near any of us, them or their families. All protocols observed, I welcome you, my sisters and my brothers, in peace, harmony, and determination. I am Imakus Njinga Okofu Ababio, originally from New York City, but 30 plus years ago, I repatriated to Ghana, and now also call Rwanda my home. I am affectionately known as Mama One Africa. I am the co-chair of the Bureau of African Diaspora and Affairs, BADA, in Ghana, patron of the Institute of Africology and Africa Day Foundation of Durban, South Carolina. South Africa. Founding member of the Universal Pan-African Diasporan Coalition of Ghana, member of the African American Association of Ghana, founding member of the Central Region African Ascendant Association of Ghana, CREG, member of the local organizing committee for PANAFEST since its inception in Ghana, and with Rich Hearts, a Rwanda-based organization, I've established the Gweru Rwanda Women's Empowerment and Human Values Initiative Project to economically empower women who are survivors of the 1994 Tutsi genocide, and Director Council of African Elders and Women's Intercultural Dialogue, which has been around since making its entrance on the stage, on the African stage in 2017. I am also a Shiro. Prior to our inauguration, after much contemplation and discussion, we recognized the need to not only discuss, but to investigate and look for solutions to practice that limited the participatory abilities of women and youth in natural and human developmental projects, as well as acts that condoned all forms of violence against women. We also realized the mammoth task that we faced, and that without the involvement of iconic Africans drawn from all segments of our society, coming together to discuss and change the links of negative cultural practices and the underdevelopment of the modern African girl, child, and woman, that our task would be impossible unless we came together. Another component that we are tackling is human trafficking and migrant smuggling, two distinct crimes that are often erroneously referred to interchangeably. The key difference is that victims of trafficking are considered victims of a crime under international law, whereas smuggled immigrants are not, as they pay smugglers to facilitate their movement. Subsequently, we created an enabling platform in which we also added African elders to enhance the participation of men at the dialogue, because we are of the belief that no reasonable socio-cultural progress can be made on the continent without the African man having to adjust his position. In deconstructing patriarchy, we are fully aware of the feminine force in the life of every man, be it a mother, a wife, a daughter, or lover, that he can change the world for. So the imperative need to dialogue together. Additionally, deliberation among our elders for solutions to social challenges is an age-old practice, older than democracy, and has effectively worked in the African community. The rising problem of human trafficking, migrant smuggling, and the institutionalized slavery must be treated as an emergency at this time on the continent, and it can be solved when the proposed solutions are agreed upon from an all-inclusive gathering of men, women, elders, youth, community, and policymakers with the edict to fight against and abolish human trafficking, and taking this challenge home to each society, community, and family. This is the only way we will succeed. Once again, I welcome all of you to this August virtual gathering, knowing that together we will succeed in our joint efforts to destroy this scourge that plagues our communities, that plagues our continent. But remember, the battle continues and the fight is not over. Blessings to all of you, giving thanks, and let's look forward to a fantastic program. Peace.
Thank you so much. Thank you for blessing this event. Thank you for welcoming us.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Njeri.
paving the way for us. And now I have the honor of introducing our special guests for this event. We have the First Lady of Sierra Leone. First Lady, we welcome you. We have the Deputy Chief of Diaspora Office. We are going to have Queen Diambi Kabatusula, Elder Abba Mohammed, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Imo State University, and the Chief Imam. So I welcome and thank you all for your time, and thank you all for taking part in this event. So, one moment, sorry. So we are going to continue with the anthem of the dialogue, which is going to be pledged by Kuki Iwaho. Kuki? Is Kuki there? So let's wait for Kuki. So the official anthem of the African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue is going to be a poetry work in which Kuki Iwoho, content of our Empty Graves collection presented in the public in November 2011. And the title of his work is A Woman's Pledge. Kuki, are you now here? Kuki is a project coordinator of African Media Network, and we wait and see where he is. Give us a minute, please. It's always difficult when things are being done online. Kuki, please let me know when you're there. So once again, I welcome you all. If you're tuning in, if you're watching us now, karibuni sana, welcome. Herzlich willkommen. Netamoni togeni, and we are waiting for our pledge, which is going to be read by Mr. Kuki Iwaho. Mr. Kuki? So if he is not there, we will let him then do the women's pledge when he logs in, and we will continue with the good.
So, and Jerry, it looks like Koki's not on, so let's continue with the introduction of our first panelist, and then when Cookie logs on, we will allow him to do the pledge. So, if we can introduce our first speaker, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So once again, please do forgive us. This is technique. We are all learning our way through. So we are going to have our goodwill message for today, which is going to be given by Queen Mother Adapo Awinda. And we are graced by her presence today. So Queen Mother, we welcome you. Is our Queen Mother there? Did Mr. Iwoho get in? Was he able to join us?
Is our Queen Mother here? Please do bear with us. We will continue shortly when our guests have been able to join us. So I welcome you all to my city, the city of Cologne in Germany. Herzlich willkommen. I am still waiting to get a go through if Mr. Cookie is now in and if our Queen Mother has been able to get in. We have so many people now on the program and sometimes technique but we will still continue with our program. So as I said, my name is Njeri. This is a Kikuyu name. And I am glad that as African women, we are able to connect everywhere from a global perspective and that we can network with each other, connect with each other no matter where we find ourselves geographically. We acknowledge all the African women. Globally, today is the Day of African Women. So thank you. Thank you to all our mothers. Thank you to our sisters. Thank you to our elders. Thank you to our aunties. So is Queen Mother in? So if our Queen Mother is not in, is Her Excellency, the First Lady of Republic of Sierra Leone in? Then we would continue with her. Yes, I see her. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I have the honor of introducing our special guest, and it's Her Excellency Mrs. Fatuma Mado Bio, the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone. We are privileged and honored that you're here today and that you are our keynote speaker. Please welcome Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from my end, everybody. I'm very happy to be part of this program today. I know we are all celebrating the International Women's Month, which gives us women the opportunity to speak truth to power. As it is being a First Lady of Sierra Leone, the challenge that you face as a woman is enormous in every aspect of what you do and how you look and what you say. You know, it's that difficult for all of us. But I am very happy that I have been given this opportunity to just continue to be a voice for the voiceless. I have an agenda which is just speak truth to power regarding our young girls, regarding the safety of our young girls, not only in Sierra Leone, but in Africa, because it is only Africans that can change the direction that we are going. It's only Africans that can protect ourselves. It's only Africans that know what our agenda is, and we can pursue that agenda. Today we're here talking to elders. I wanted to say that I am humbled to be with you. I'm very humbled to know that we have elders that are joining this conference today, elders that we can learn from. There is no way you will be successful in life if you don't have somebody that you call your role model and somebody that makes you there to dream more. And our elders are the ones that we look forward to. Our elders are the ones that we seek advice from. Our elders are the ones that we actually would want to make sure whatever we do, we are approved by them. So, being the keynote speaker here today is a privilege, but it is more a privilege for me. It is more, okay, I understand some people are saying they can't hear me, so um, I am not used to using this new, I'm used to Zoom, which is easy. So I don't know if you can you hear me? Can you all hear me now? Okay. Anyway, like I said, we're here. I am here to hear from. It would be nice to hear from our queen mothers and pick, you know, something from whatever they are going to say. Being a first lady is one thing, but being a queen mother is another. It would be nice for me to be able to learn from them and hear their stories and hear the great things that they are doing for their people, so that we can also learn as first ladies. With queen mothers, they are with the grassroots, they are at the bottom end of everything because they know about everything that is happening within their environment, while first ladies are at the top trying to settle the issues of what is happening at the bottom end. So it would be nice to hear from the queen mothers. As a guest speaker, I am only here to learn from you people and pick some ideas and empower myself with more knowledge from great women and great men that have what it takes to advise um, um, the minds of Pan African women we have today. I have always been a woman that believe in women empowerment. I've always believed that for us Africans to succeed, we have to be able to channel our own agenda. We have to be able to address our own issues. We have to be able to pursue our dreams and goals, and we have to dare. We have to dream high and dare to dream and wanting to see the change that we're supposed to have in Africa. So I am humbled that I've been invited to be your keynote speaker. I'm humbled that I've been given this opportunity. I will stay on again and continue to listen to the. I would really want to listen to keynote. I mean the Queen Mothers, just to learn from them. And if I had the opportunity again, I would say a word or two because I mean I've been brought into the platform. I haven't heard anyone say anything, so I wanted to learn. It's nice to learn. I don't have the answers to all the solutions and all the problems in the world, especially Africa, but I would want to learn from as many women as possible and as many men as possible because the direction the world is taking now, we're looking at more he for she, men that believes in women empowerment, men that sacrifices a whole lot for us women to thrive. Our queen mothers are the ones who walk the way for us to run today as women. And then we are running for us, our children. We want to pave the way for our children to soar so that, they pave the way for us, we pave the way for our own children. And then our children's children will have a better place to call home, which is Africa. We need to be able to empower kids. We need to be able to empower women. It is not a competition between a woman and a man. It is just a way of living. We have to understand that when you are together, when two people come together, it's better than one. When you walk alone, you might be walking fast, but when you walk together, you will not be fast. But together, you will last longer, and then your journey will be slow but very effective because you know you have support all over the place. So I want to say thank you to African Media for inviting me to this, and I'll stay on and learn from great minds, great women and men. I'll stay on and listen to whatever is being said, and then if I have the opportunity, I'll make more contribution to this program because for me today is an enlightenment of great women of substance, women that are making a great changes in their own environment, women that are contributing into the development of Africa, women that dare to speak up for our equal partnership, women that are there, we don't fight, but we speak for the voiceless, we stand up and believe in it and speak truth to power and tell them how it's supposed to be done. I am very happy to be here. So I'll wait for now and listen to more great minds and learn also, so that I'll come out of this conference, with a brighter enlightenment and more strength to continue doing what I do best, speak up for the voiceless and speak truths to power and be there and be fearless and say it as it is and not worried about the consequences because I know we have been in a situation for a very long time where women are sidelined in everything that we do. Women are put aside on everything that we do. Everything when it comes to decision making, we are not at the forefront in making those decisions. So I want to change that in my country. I want women not only fight for equality, but I want women to be heard. I want women to have the power, not power to abuse, but power to speak up and people to listen to us. So let me learn from you guys. Let me learn from great minds. Let me listen to the he for she's that are here. Let me see which direction they want us women to go. Let me understand the directions that they think that women of Africa, if we go through that direction, our journey will be easy and our journey will be successful. I thank you also very much for your time, and I am looking forward to the end of this program. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, First Lady. Thank you for your kind words. That's once again that as African women, we need to speak. Thank you for being a voice of the voiceless. Thank you that only we as African women and as Africans can be able to change the direction of our own continent. So thank you very much for also being a role model to the younger generation, not only in Africa, but even in the diaspora. So now I have the pleasure of welcoming Cookie, who was able to join us, who is now going to pledge the Women's Pledge for us. Cookie, you're welcome. Cookie? Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Cookie.
Yes, thank you everyone that has been on so far. My absence was intentional. I stayed that way so that we can be able to have our important guests in the studio because earlier on there were complaints of studio being full, so I had to make sure the important guests are in. First, I have to say big thanks to Her Excellency Mrs. Fatima Madabiyo for honoring our invitation. The Honorable Ms. Nana Dongo Musa, Deputy Chief Office of the Deputy Chief Office of the Diaspora Office of the Ghana President for honoring our invitation as well. Your Highness Queen Dayami Kabatisula, Queen Mother Obapa Window, Elder Akbar Mohammed is still struggling to join. I don't know if he has made it. You are all welcome once again. The work I'm about to recite is part of my poetry collection that was presented to the public in British Council in 2011. And then at that August event, we had the pleasure of Mrs. Fatima Madabiyo being present as well, and Dr. Elder Akbar Mohammed as well. So since then, this is like a reunion after 10 years, being able to have these 2-3 people on the same platform. Let me proceed with work. A Woman's Pledge. And here it goes. My wise words, ways, flowing seas to shores. My warm touch, winds, romancing the storm. My fragile form, truth, mountain strong. My innocence, purity, essence of your salvation. My mystery, your frown, my charms, your wonder, my laughter, eraser of your worries, my encouragement, your confidence, my agony, your punishment, my tears, your iron curtains. But in war you rape me, in pain you molest me, in sickness you abuse me, polygamy you use me, adultery you hurt me, divorce you reject me, domestic violence you kill and deform me. Be kind, heal me, be man, protect me, be strong, provide with me, be patient. Maturity refines me, your comforter I will always be. A toddler, I watched over you. A child, I provided for you. A teenager, I guided you. Your future is in my wombs. Love me, I will always be with you. Adore me, I will always be pregnant of you. Honor me, I will always be mother of you. Trust me, I will always believe in you. That is the work. Now, we didn't set up this event to condemn Africa's cultural practices in entirety. No. The world is changing so fast before our eyes, and our culture is one of the things facing the gravest danger from the unbalanced culture clash. So this dialogue was set up in 2017 as a platform for us as Africans to play a part in deciding what changes in our cultural practices. It is offering us a space to protect and advance our positive cultural values, as well as taking the lead in doing away with those that are outdated. No culture is innocent, and as culture is dynamic, it is important that we guide ours towards employing the vital means of its sustenance. We called for this discussion, inviting people from different regions in the continent, so that we can deduct as much diverse perspective as possible towards forging a path in our own collective understanding of each other as Africans. It is a fact that it seems a lot are not going well in Africa for a very long time, and we in All Africa Media Network believes that though tomorrow Africa will wake up, we need to continuously disturb the sleep today. I will end my contribution with a quote from Ali Mazrui, Kenyan-born American academic professor, which states, and I quote, "To modernize does not mean to Europeanize, not even for the Europeans. Whether Eastern, Western, or transatlantic, to modernize means to shatter the containers which has kept any person the embodiment of another. The revolution of modernization is the first revolution in the history of mankind that is worldwide, because it touches every human relationship. Thanks to everyone that made this event so far for being part of our efforts towards making a positive change. Let's try to not interpret Africa and its relationship through the European lens, but rather we should reflect on ourselves from the African perspective and decide on what is no longer sustainable and endeavor to do away with them, regardless of the pillars of religion or culture that is upholding them. A woman's pledge I recited might not seem relevant in today's event as we are talking about institutionalized slavery, but is the pillar of the African elders and women intercultural dialogue. So I leave the floor open to Dr. Njeri to proceed. Once again, I apologize for my absence. It was intentional. I just wanted to make sure all our guests are in the house. Your Excellency, I apologize once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Cookie. Thank you for reciting that pledge on women. Thank you for acknowledging our African women. Thank you so much. And no, it does go very well with the event because it's about African women.
and you have pledged in honor of the African women. So we welcome you and thank you so much for that. I would like to ask if the Queen Mother was able to get in, then I would let her read or speak out her goodwill. Is she there? Yes, she
If you can hear
is.
me, yes, I'm here. Um,
Yes.
the 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 other camera that has the phone that has the camera is not in the studio, so you might not see me unless you switch my request. I've put it on the chat box for some time now. So what you are hearing now is on a computer which does not have a screen. I can speak, but you would not see me. I have another one that is requesting. So if I can go off this, and then you can take up the other one so you can see me. Is that okay?
Yes, let me ask our technical support, is that possible? If
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
please. Thank you so much. Then we give her a minute and then we have our queen who is going to read and give us her goodwill. Once again, if you're joining us now, welcome, karibuni sana, herzlich willkommen. A minute before our Queen Mother logs in so that we can be able to see her, make her visible. Visibility means empowerment, especially as African women. And then she can grace us with her goodwill message. So, is she in?
So then I'm still here. I'm still here on the Quinana Ghana, and that one does not have a camera. So you can open up the Quina window Ghana that has a camera. So I go off this one. That's why
Okay.
you're not seeing. You can hear me, but you wouldn't see me on this because this one doesn't have a camera. But I have opened the other one. I can see myself on the platform, but I don't know if
Okay.
it is not open to the studio yet.
Our technical support. Is that possible? If not, maybe Queen Mother, we just proceed. We can hear your
You can hear.
voice,
You
and
can
your
hear me.
voice will speak words, and you can grace us with your voice. And then when it works, we will let everybody see you.
That's okay. So my name
Welcome,
is
Queen
Queen
Mother.
Nana Awindo. Good morning, Your Royal Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, members of the Global African Shearers Union, respected Council of African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue. We're most grateful for Her Excellency Mrs. Fatima Majabios acceptance to be the keynote speaker. And incidentally, she had to speak and accept her role before we could get onto the platform. This has been a technical hitch, and we apologize for that. Your Excellency, we gratefully appreciate your acceptance, and we are happy that you're here with us today. I wish to thank the organizers of this very important conversation, especially the African Media Network, for the honor to be part of it and to present a brief goodwill message on the occasion of the African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue at this um, CSW 65. I remember the last time I was at CSW, there was no COVID. So we had opportunity to be there together in the United States of America. And now we have to do this. Thank God for technology so we can still stay in touch and be able to converse and look at issues that are affecting us as Africans. And special thanks to Mama Imakus, Mama Babio. How are you? Thank you so much, the director of the Council of African Elders and Women Intercultural Dialogue. She's worked so hard to support the process we are having today. Thank you, Mama. I respectfully acknowledge Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatuli Cecilia of Bakwai Indu, people of Lumba, the Empire in Congo. Queen Diambi has been a fighter. She's been part of the process of fighting against all the menaces that you can talk about, especially human trafficking. And I'm happy that she's been able to join us today. I hope she's here already. I'm very glad to have Madam Nadia to be part of this process today. She's the Deputy Chief Diaspora Affairs Office of the President of Ghana, who is part of us today. It's very important for us in Ghana for her to be present in this process because our work against human trafficking should have our government's assent and it has a buy-in already. And so her participation here today gives us the opportunity to continue the conversation even after today. So Madam Nadia, if you are here, I am very grateful that you accepted to be part of this. I can acknowledge with deep respect for Professor Jerome Okonkwo, a professor in Nigeria. Thank you very much. And I beg to maintain the existing protocols for all dignitaries present here today, especially our Shiro sisterhood. Hello, ladies. I hope you're doing great. Thank God for life with COVID. Each day is a blessing, and we thank God that we've been able to live up to now. On the occasion of the CSW 65, under the general theme, Women's Full and Effective Participation and Decision Making in Public Life, as well as the elimination of violence for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls, I wish to present a brief goodwill on behalf of Obapa Development Foundation, an amazing NGO based in Accra, Ghana, with a vision to support the development of women and children in Ghana through programs and projects. The theme of today's conversation by African elders and women intercultural dialogue has found a comfortable space in Ghana because ODF work closely with traditional and religious leaders in Ghana, especially chiefs and queen mothers. And I'd like to use this opportunity to welcome all our Royal Highnesses, Majesties, Nanano, Nime Name, who have joined us today, and to thank them most sincerely for the great job being done already as guardians and guidance of culture, which is already attracting global attention to our institutionalized slavery, forced labor, and human trafficking, and which happens to be our theme for today. And our queens and chiefs in Ghana are working so hard towards this achievement. Since the enactment of Ghana's Human Trafficking Act on December 1st, 2005, to address human trafficking activity within, to, from, and through Ghana, a lot of work has been done in Ghana by the government, development partners, NGOs, and many interested agencies such as the UNICEF, International Organization for Migration, International Justice Mission, etc., etc. We have discussed at different fora the process of recruitment, how they are transported, the transfer processes, harboring, trading, or receipt of persons for purpose of exploitation within across national borders by perpetrators, parents, guardians, and people that you don't even sometimes expect to go through these processes. They do, whether by ignorance, whether intentional, whatever, but they use threats, they use force and other forms of coercion. They do abduction, they do fraud, they do deception, and they abuse power and they exploit the vulnerability. They do this sometimes in giving or receiving payments to benefit them. Sometimes they even give people away without knowing that this is a form of human trafficking. But good news is that in Ghana, human trafficking is considered as a second-degree felony. And such cases is given the highest degree attention, and it's tried all the way up to high court or the circuit courts. And in most cases, trafficking cases are handled in these circuit courts by police prosecutors who have some special knowledge. That means that our country takes takes human trafficking as a very serious felony, and we don't joke with it. I heard the First Lady say that she was waiting to hear from the Queen Mother. And I'm happy to inform you that First Lady and everybody, that in Ghana, we have been part of the process all along. Our Unity Queens, the Advocacy Queens, Nana Yimedu Foundation, and many other organizations have made efforts to advocate on issues on child protection, including human trafficking in Ghana. We have had opportunity to educate and sensitize those who would potentially facilitate or fall victim to trafficking in our effort to prevent the act. Not too long ago, Advocacy Queens had opportunity to visit Adan, one of the local towns with water bodies around it. And during this community engagement program, we heard real stories of children being used for fishing, and they sent them into the deep sea under inhumane conditions. And this story really touched us, so that it prompted our interest to follow up on the menace. Unfortunately for us, the Paramount Queen Mother Nana Jumalo Dagojo, who lives there, and the Kujirabe Queen Mother Nana Obuyameto, who is also in the community, took it up upon themselves to champion the cause in their community to ensure that this menace has a total eradication and of the practice. And they also assured us that they will ensure that they will enroll these children who have been vulnerable back to school, and they will see to it that they stay in school. This is just one of the many examples of various programs and projects being undertaken by our cultural leaders in Ghana. We are working with the United Nations in Ghana, especially UNFPA, and domestic sexual and gender-based violence, LGBT. And during COVID recently, our royal queen mothers and chiefs availed themselves as advocates to educate, inform, and empower Ghanaians, especially our women and children, on issues of domestic violence. Nananu are serving as foster mothers for children without parents. They are encouraging widows. They are paying fees for children to go to school. They are on the streets bringing children back home to keep them in their confines. People are keeping children in their palaces. Children, they sometimes don't even know where they are coming from. It is true that some cultural practices are inhumane. And I'm happy to tell you that the dynamism in the system has been very positive. People have been aware. Education has gone down. We are learning as the day goes by. So the queen mothers and chiefs in this country, cultural leaders, the custodians of cultures have taken it upon themselves to push the agenda so that we can cancel all inhumane cultural practices, indecent exposures, FGM, child marriages. All these are being looked at, and we are very happy that there has been a lot of achievement. Yes, we are taking baby steps, but we know that gradually together we will achieve so much. I'm very excited that we are having this conversation today, and I'm going to be sitting here through the program so I can also contribute to other points when the panel starts discussing. I thank you all very much for coming, and I thank our our queens and chiefs for joining us today. I'm most grateful to Sekuki for the great job you have done with Mama and all the team, especially the planning committee for all the work you are doing, especially with our effort to bring a coalition for Global African Against Slavery GLAS. And I know that this organization will work seriously in seeing to the issues of human trafficking in Africa and beyond. We are looking forward to our global sisters from the diaspora. We are looking forward to all the royalties in Ghana and in Africa to join hands with us so we can push the agenda against the human trafficking, and especially domestic violence, which is bedeviling our system and keeping women especially, indoors, suffering in silence, physically. A few days ago, a woman died in Ghana out of domestic violence. We don't want to hear these stories again. We don't want to see these things happen again. We've been speaking against this. We've been talking. We've been ranting. We've been shouting. It's time for us to see that whatever our efforts is gaining ground. Whatever our efforts is working, and people are hearing us, and people about whatever it is that we are bringing to fore. I thank you, and I will pause here so we will continue to have conversations with all the brains and amazing people, especially the technical people who have been working in the system, so they can share what they have been confronted with us, and then we can take it as cultural leaders into the community. And so when we see something coming up, we know exactly what it is, and we will have the tools to address these issues. I thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen Mother, for your remarks. Thank you once again for reminding us that Ghana is advocating and fighting against human trafficking. We know this is a huge issue now in our continent. Thank you for mentioning domestic violence, which is, still continues keeping our women and our young children in bondage and invisible. Thank you for empowering and also re-educating and fighting for our children, because we all know the children are the future of Africa. So thank you for your wise words, and thank you for taking your time. Thank you for being here. So we will now continue with Mr. Ken, if he is here. He is going to introduce our sessions and the concept and the goal that we want to derive from the dialogue today. Mr. Ken Obiako, if you're here, please. Welcome. We can't hear you. Please unmute yourself. Unmute. No, we still can't hear you. So, ladies and gentlemen, he is going to be back in a few minutes. He is having some issues with his audio, and we will let him join in a few minutes. Once again, thank you for everybody who is here today. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for joining us. And we give him a second. He's going to join us. There you go. So welcome, Mr. Ken. You seem to have technical issues with your microphone. So he's going to be back again in 1 minute. Please, we this is what happens when we all meet from different places and spaces, that sometimes the technology doesn't work, but I'm sure he's going to be able to resolve it in a minute. And he is back again. Yes, now we can hear you. Welcome, Mr. Ken.
That was a challenge. Hello. Okay. Thank you. I greet everyone that have gathered here today, and I would like to let everyone know that I am right here with Professor Okonkwo. Everyone can see. And then Professor Philip Obonna. Yes. So my name is Kenneth Obiako, and I am the Director of Leadership Development Foundation. Leadership Development Foundation has been working with All African Media since inception. We've been part of all the programs organized alongside with the Shiro's Foundation. The pandemic has reduced us to only being able to come online. If not, it would have been a great honor to be with everyone that have gathered here today in person. Last year, Intercultural Dialogue in Abuja offered such great opportunity, and it's unfortunate that we could not gather once more again. But we hope as things get better, we shall be able to see each other face to face, because last year when Queen Mother and the rest were giving their speeches, looking at the vehemence and the seriousness with which they are trying to get at the issue at hand is really, really encouraging. So I appreciate the presence of everyone here today. Welcome. So I would
We are sorry once again, but we are hoping that Mr. Ken will be able to fix his technical problem in a minute, and then we can continue with our program. Once again, we apologize. Sometimes it's difficult when we try to meet all globally at the same time, but I am sure he's going to be able to join us in a few minutes. Once again, I welcome everybody who is watching us now. Thank you for coming. Karibuni sana. Herzlich willkommen. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for being part of this great event where we place the African woman at the center and we talk about issues that concern us, for us, to us. Thank you for all our honorable guests that have taken their time to be here with us today. And we wait for Mr. Ken to see if it's going to be able to continue. If not, then we can let him in later and we continue with our program. And he is back. Welcome back, Mr. Ken.
Thank you. Sorry, this is a technical issue. And I would like to point out that Professor Jerome Okonkwo is also out. And he is one of the people that would be discussing, one of the discussants in the panel, the Fox panel we're about to have now. So I just want to let the technical crew know that Professor Okonkwo is out, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ken, for informing us. We will inform our technical support group, as we also see that you still have technical issues. And our technical support will let the professor in once again. So unfortunately, he's still having technical issues. So we apologize once again for this, but we will continue with our program. And once he is done, we will let him in again. So now I want to introduce our guest speaker for our first panel and our panelists for today. We have the honor of having an expert in African affairs in our midst, and that's Brother Akaba Mohammed, an international representative of Louis Farrakhan Nation of Islam, US. He is going to speak to us for 10 minutes, if he's already in. Karibu sana mzee Akaba Mohammed.
Can you hear me?
You're here? Yes, karibu sana. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bismillah. I want to thank those who invited us to be a part of this great program and the energy that you put into it to keep it going, even though we have what we call in the West a hiccup, a problem, a technical problem. But thank you very much. And I only have 10 minutes, and I just want to say first that the engagement of Africans in the diaspora, and especially those who were dragged out of Africa in the holds of ships to be made slaves in the Western Hemisphere, those who have access to today's New York Times, there's an article on the Jesuits raising $100 million to atone for their role in slavery. And though the headline says that, it's much more to it. The schools, many of the universities in America that are well known today, they were running out of capital. They didn't have money to continue the schools, so they went into the slave business and they began to sell slaves in order to get money to help the schools to continue. Now it's a time to look at that history, though it was buried, and that these same schools that have tremendous endowment, tremendous amount of money, now it's time for them to pay restitution, reparations for what they did with slaves in order to keep their schools going. This is not such a well-known history. It has come up a few times. It stayed on the pages of the news or on TV or on documentaries, and then it dropped out. But I think now, with the condition of the world and what is happening now, it is time for the Africans worldwide, the Africans in the Caribbean and Central and South America and North America and Canada, that they have to move forward now to regain what was taken from them so that we can support our young children who are trying to stay in colleges and universities. They need money in order to do it. These institutions have tremendous wealth, and yet and still they don't make an effort to pay back those that allowed them to have that wealth, and that was the slave trade. I enjoyed this morning our women who have always been fighters in the forefront, pushing even the men to go forward and to speak out so that we can have a quality of life that our children can grow and develop. We have to eliminate poverty. China is on a move to eliminate poverty totally in their society. And whatever lessons that we can learn from that, we must do. The poverty across Africa, a lot of it is centered around wars and disagreement with governments and those who want to have coups and take over while the people are suffering. We must begin to eliminate that. So I thank you, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, in his tours throughout Africa, touching many countries in Africa, was able to share with our African brothers and sisters in government, in the universities, in organizations, what the struggle was like in the Western Hemisphere for those of us who are descendants from Africa. I believe that in history, when we look at Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, while he was in school in America, he looked at this tremendous resource of knowledge and wealth and the strength of those Africans in the diaspora, and he wanted to know how can these Africans in the diaspora help the African continent, and he went after it. When those Africans who he invited to Ghana began to see what they could offer and help in Ghana, it was Dr. Kwame Nkrumah who encouraged that. And I want to close with Dr. Robert Lee. Many in the audience, and especially those in Ghana, remember that name, Sarah and Lee, and Dr. Lee, who was a dentist. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah met them at Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. And I had the good fortune to spend time with Dr. Lee before he passed away. And he told me the story of Sarah with then his girlfriend on campus. And at the chapel one night, they saw that there was going to be a lecture on Africa. And it had these funny names, you know, Africans in the diaspora didn't know how to pronounce African names. And they looked at the name and they said, I wonder what this African is going to talk about. So they attended the lecture. And Dr. Lee said that in our terminology in the West, he was blown away by the knowledge coming from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and how he talked about Africa and what Africa has suffered. And in the end, he invited them, come to Africa, use your knowledge that you gained in the University of the West and help us, help your African brothers and sisters. And Dr. Lee married his wife, Shirley Lee, I believe her name was. And they went there to help Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and many other Africans came. Right now, with this virus, this plague that's going around the world, many of the Africans in the diaspora want to come to Africa to see what they can offer and help in Africa. They don't know the route to do it, but many of them are looking. I thank the president of Ghana. He's opened the door for dual citizenship. I thank him for making it possible for many Africans in the diaspora to come to Ghana and other countries across the continent. So my 12 years of living in Africa and being blessed to visit 44 of the 54, 55 countries across the continent has taught me a great lesson. And I like to talk to students. If you're planning for a future, there's opportunities on the African continent. Thank you for these few minutes, and I thank those who extended the invitation. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Thank you very much, Mzee Mohammed, for your words. Thank you for reminding us that, yes, we have to look forward and we have to regain and claim what is ours. Thank you for mentioning that women have always been fighters at the forefront, uniting us all as one family. Thank you for reminding us that we must eliminate poverty in our African continent. With all the resources that we have, this should be possible. And thank you for connecting us as one people, whether in the African continent or in the diaspora. So thank you very much, Mzee Mohammed. And now I'll continue with introducing our other panelists for our first session. And I am going to introduce the Honorable Nadia Adongo Musa, Deputy Chief, Diaspora Affairs Office of the President of Ghana. We welcome you. Professor Jerome Okonkwo, Professor of Applied Philosophy and former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Imo State University of Nigeria. Ms. Dikelide Mukena, Associate Lecturer at Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. And Barrister Sheikh Suleiman Joku, Chief Imam of Imo State. So welcome our panelists. I hope you are all able to join in. Are you all here?
Yes, yes, we are here.
You're all welcome.
We are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for taking your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if all our panelists are here, I'm going to ask our first question for this session. And this session is, our first question is going to be, what cultural practices should be encountered in order to address the problem of human trafficking? And we will start with Honorable Nadia Adongo.
Hello, greetings from Ghana. I bring you warm greetings from the presidency and the opportunity to partake in this month of celebration of women. I am very honored to be part of this August Forum and to share with you the pride that Ghana takes when it comes to women affairs. As you did mention, yes, it is a culture that we are all as a continent, as the world is trying to eliminate, which is forcing girl, child, women, young into forced labor or transition that is not acceptable, looking at another form of slavery. Ghana has set up 3 Ps, and the 3 Ps are prevention, protection, and prosecution. And these 3 Ps are things that the country is using to work when it comes to unacceptable behavior such as what we're discussing today. And I will start with the 3 Ps where we have the prevention is to make sure that there are important preventive measures that the law enforcement, immigration, stakeholders are all channeled in awareness to make sure that these things are put in place to prevent. I'm hearing noise. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I kindly ask everybody please to mute yourself if you're not a speaker, and we let Honorable Dr. Nadia Adongo please continue. Please mute yourself. We can still hear sound and noise at the background. Please mute yourself. Thank you.
Okay. So the three P's, as I mentioned earlier on, the prevention, protection, and prosecution have been set out to combat the evil. Under prevention, we have important measures in law enforcement, immigration, other stakeholder efforts that are channeled into awareness creation with the belief to minimize potential trafficking and labor abuse, especially in the rural areas. And we have the second P, which is protection. This includes the provision of temporary basic material support, counseling, startup capital, as well as development of employable skills and employment opportunities to resource victims of these. And now we have the third P, which is prosecution. Is the third Ghanaian law, is the third one where the law enforcement agencies and judiciaries have been mandated and resourced to arrest and prosecute perpetrators of these crimes, though I must admit that these efforts have not reached its full potential. However, these are the three P's that we've set in place to make sure that we combat this battle for freedom and justice throughout, and hopefully this will finally one day we'll all win this battle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nadia Odongo. And now the same question to our other three panelists. Professor Jerome, you can continue.
Yes, I'm online. I want to greet everybody, the organizers, and your excellencies, and the Royal Highnesses that have been introduced before now. My issue is a simple one. My concern is about the woman in society and this enslavement. We have a solution to it if we are sincere to ourselves. Let's get back to the base, the greatest basement of existence. If you watch, a human person can only be proud of his language. And there's no language under the sun that is called father tongue. All languages are called mother tongue. And it's very important to give them that credit. Yes, it is the mother who directs the child to speak. And speak in a way, I know the fathers are also active and other family members. But the basic thing I want to underline is this world, that this world is a woman world and not a man world. This is basic from the fixture of what makes us human persons, the language we speak. There is no father tongue. There's none and can never be. So that respect is very important. And as important as it is, we must understand that the woman has the greatest role to play. In the first instance, if we think of what we can do to make women survive, it is the education and the empowerment as already mentioned in this panel. So, what do we do? I personally am acting in a university, and I know what it means to sponsor women. I know what it means as a reverend father that I'm working in a local area where women are to be empowered. I know from my own personal practice that it is the only thing that we can do to save this life, to save this world, by empowering women. And furthermore, we are talking about culture. What culture are we talking about? Is there any culture that is not socially founded on the women, on their practice of language? Let us see. Who is the mother and who is the father? In the first instance, I would say culture that we are talking about is the right to be born. It's a right and not a privilege. If you are born into a culture. And you have no alternative than to know how to fix the human person in the society. And that is about social interaction and knowledge as consequences of our knowledge. That is basic. You now learn how to interact and the ways and how and what you have to do in social interaction. And personally, we've got to cultivate this issue. Because if you're talking about language, you cannot at all talk about language without bracketing out or abstaining from language. Culture is language and language is culture. So the two things are inseparable. And I can tell you, honestly, women are the vanguards. So friends, we must all the time talk about what we can do to make sure that we preserve this what do you call this, our culture. And the culture we will have to preserve has to make us, in the first instance, be proud of it. And if you check in the whole human development, is the family. The family is very, very important. And everything about culture must begin there. And the culture without the language cannot exist. So the pride of the woman is that she controls the language, the human language. This is true. And that's why it is called mother tongue. There's no father tongue. And then the culture we want now to talk, that will now make, bracket out the slavery of our women, is by giving them empowerment, as already mentioned by the former speakers. Education is primary. And the woman has that right to be educated. And I can tell you, from my university, I can tell you that the number of students we have here, over 70% are women. We are working fine here in Imo State University. We have more of the women than the men, though it's not a credit on the side, but the empowerment is already here and very conscious. We are very conscious of it. And in a summary, what can we do? What can we do practically, concretely, to make sure that the women come up and stand with their voice? There's no alternative than, whether you are in the church or in the society, the respect that is due to the woman is just the bestment of all. And they should have the right, equal right in everything. You see, the problem is that the politics we have in the whole world is more of an inclination to men and not to women. Unfortunately, it's not correct. Because I know that the moment, if I take a look in some of the countries where women are the president, see how quiet they are. Permit me if I had interjected with German, because I came from there anyway, my background. So this is exactly what we want. Check right around the world. All those countries being ruled by women, they are quiet. I don't want to start mentioning where and what. So womanhood is all that we need today to balance the equation of life and living in any country and in the world. That is my basic contribution. Women must be empowered at all levels, because unfortunately, the final thing is that politics is now going the wrong way everywhere in the world, whereby we have professional politicians and not professionals in politics. I repeat, unfortunately, what is spoiling the whole issue is that we have professional politicians and not professionals in politics. That is the basic thing. Once that is corrected, that we need only professionals to be in politics, then everything will be all right, both in Africa and otherwise. God bless everybody.
Thank you very much, Professor Okonkwo. Our next panelist is Miss Dikeledi. She is a Shiro. And Ms. Dikeledi, we would like to know
How can the Global South participate in shaping the emerging cultural shifts in international and power relations?
Okay.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Njeri, for hosting me. I'm really grateful also to the Shiros who organized this platform. Well, I think there are a number of things, right? One of the things that we've been seeing so far in the past couple of years, including this year as well, has been the influence, really the stronger influence of Africans in terms of shaping what we call particularly the entertainment industry, right, globally. I know some of you who are probably sort of interested in the current movie that came out. You see a certain number of sort of cultural elements that have been taken from the continent, right? And then also just to think about that just thinking about COVID as well. So the challenge that we have with regards to sort of this world that is converging at sort of online existence. So that in a sense has enabled sort of a space for people to actually sort of come together and actually sort of consume similar content, right? And consequently, that means that the majority of people all over the world have access to almost similar content. And unfortunately, if we put ourselves in a situation as Africans, if we put ourselves in a situations whereby we are not utilizing these spaces to really sort of bring all our cultures, right, and our cultural ideals and ideologies into the global sphere, then we are going to actually be left out. And I think one of the most important things, and I think I just want to quote something from Dr. Ali Marimerich, who's a African-American anthropologist. So she says that culture is ideological, right? That it possesses the force of and power to direct activity. It molds personalities, patterns, behavior, culture, and ideology is extremely political in nature, meaning that literally all that is political is subsumed, or rather sort of it's engraved in the idea of what culture is, right? So if you're thinking about that in the context of our various cultures, like for instance, I mean, the idea of Ubuntu, right? And I'm just going to try and link this to the sort of present debate and conversation linked to human trafficking. And I'm hoping that we'll invite everybody to think about how we can also think through using our culture to actually counter, human trafficking as well, or the practice of human trafficking. So for instance, so you think about culture in that sense as something that directs political will and political action. So in that sense, that is not just limited to that, right? It is also linked to us thinking about culture and its influence in terms of how we think about economic planning, think about culture and its influence in terms of what we value, right? Sort of culture will then determine what you value in a society. And as far as I know, and as far as I remember, and based on what my elders have taught me, and including African history as well, women have always literally been at the center of our value systems, right? So, and Ubuntu as well also has meant that women or everyone in society is actually valued the same way. So if we think about how we value human beings the same way, and then we wish to sort of translate into economic models, that should be sort of encouraging how we should operate and run our states, vis-a-vis, like, for instance, with distribution and so forth, but also in other contexts of which I'll mention later on, right? So if you think about Ubuntu, which then influences economics and how we then sort of also value other people, which then also mean you value how you pay human beings, right? What you pay human beings, and all of us know that women are the least paid compared to men, right? I mean, this is a global phenomenon. This is a global issue, right? But also just thinking about that in linking it to human trafficking, right? And just going back to the sort of the aspect of sort of human trafficking, some of the drivers actually being linked to cheap labor, right? Again, that is as a value. So do you value certain people's labor that you would want to exploit it to that level? In fact, that's not even exploitation, because labor is something different, right? So that speaks to culture, that would speak to value, that would speak to how then you view other human beings. So Ubuntu says, I am because you are. So if I value myself in a particular way, then I should also value you in that particular way as well. So that means I cannot put you in a position whereby you are going to be subordinate, enslaved, and done all sorts of things, right? Whereby I think that your contributions are not as important as my contributions. Our contributions may not be the same in terms of labor, right? However, they are as valuable because we are all contributing to the ecology of existence. And then also to think about poverty in light of human trafficking, which is one of the other drivers as well. Again, if we had this, if you go back to our own cultural practices, like I'll give you an example. I have a friend of mine, Professor Kagata, whose work, at some point, her work, which basically looks at the COSAs in South Africa, right? There was a day when she then explained at a presentation that, when somebody actually in the COSA sort of, the COSA nation, if someone you're becoming a member of a community and say you are economically deprived, right? So meaning you don't have much. What then happens is there will be someone, either the chief or somebody in the community, who will then borrow you cows or something for you to actually start a livelihood. Right. So if you have those kinds and then you're able to then build your life, right? So they reproduce, the wealth reproduces. Just think about our cow in our own currencies. I mean, not all of us have cows, unfortunately, but for those who have other forms of currencies, right? So you borrow this person money in order, or cows, for them to actually build their own lives. And actually, by the time they're able to self-sustain, then they're able to return those 2 cows, right? Does that happen with our banking system in the cultural order today that we have globally? Certainly no. In fact, the more that, and again, women find themselves in this position, right, with microfinance. You go for loans and you are forever indebted. And please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying or I'm discouraging micro-lending, but I just want us to also to think about that and other forms of banking as well. So now imagine if you had the banking system which was informed by that particular form of culture. Right. So you borrow somebody so that they're able to self-sustain, right? And then once they're okay, they're able to live. So these are the that surely would respond to poverty, right? That would surely respond to removing people from being in situations of vulnerability that enables them or enables human trafficking for that matter. Right, ultimately. So there are a number of things. There are a number of things which are cultures that we certainly can learn from. And maybe just to go back and address the question of GBV, right? I think my plea to particularly men in Africa. I cannot speak to other men in other nations, but I can only speak to those who are in the continent that I was born in. Really, let us think about what gender actually means, right? What a woman actually, her position is in the African context, right? And if we go back to the pre-colonial ideals of what a woman's place and role was in society, certainly a woman would not be rendered one who stays at home and not makes decisions. I mean, some of us, including you, Dr. Njeri, I'm so as a historian, as some of us as gender scholars, we've been literally showing that African women have always been participating in public leadership. African women have always been participating in economic spaces, right? So this idea that women belong at home in the kitchen, that's something that's foreign to us. So if you go back to that space whereby we're able to enable those kinds of cultures, whereby we go back there, then it will be great. But then also think about the idea of our and that's my baby and it's many. So just we think about if we think about if we then I lost my train of thought. Anyway, so if we then think about those cultural ideals, and also the idea, and this was mentioned earlier, right, that the idea of thinking about our position as women relative to men, right? So I'm just going to use an academic concept. So in gender and African feminist studies, there's this concept called gender relativity and gender complementarity, of which African scholars or African gender scholars have been saying what defined gender in Africa has been gender complementarity, meaning that I am as a woman because of another person, right? In this case, it may be male. And then there's this thing of working together. It's part of who we are. It's part of what we work with. However, if we impose other forms of thinking about gender, which basically say that men are superior than men, then what we do is we engage ourselves in thinking about women as inferior. And anything that is inferior, it means you devalue it. And anything you devalue, you're most likely to abuse. Right. So again, if we go back to our own cultural ideals around how we thought and dealt with gender, so that would mean, men, women, and other genders as well, then surely we would value people differently. And the idea of violence, obviously, would then something that would have to, work around resolving. Like GBV would be, hopefully, would be something that would be resolved. But obviously, this would be. If I say this, I don't want us to misunderstand this as sort of the only sort of solution. GBV also is caused by other factors, right? Which are also then linked to economics, right? Which are then linked to insecurity that women find themselves in, right? But not just women as well. We live in the kind of the culture, right? Sort of economic culture that we live in, which then says the man is the provider, is the head, and yet our economies are in tatters, meaning a lot of our economies are literally our countries are characterized by high employment, and high employment that's also affecting men. So now some of these men who then are taught by this particular foreign gender order that I must be the provider, I must be the one who's superior. If I'm not in a position to be superior, if I'm not in a position to provide, it means I am not superior. And one way of making sure that my counterpart, whom I consider as my, one who's subordinate to me, for me to enforce my power, it will be for me to actually beat that person. Right. So even outside of that, some of the frustrations that sort of are taken out on partners because of the crisis that has been caused by some of our economies, right? And COVID has exacerbated this. So again, this thinking about all of these issues, thinking about what all of these things that are actually taking place, I am hoping that we'd actually go back, and our elders are here, right? A lot of them are custodians of culture, right? Progressive culture, I hope. And that would be a way. How do we then actually learn from that to resolve some of these issues that we have, right? How do we learn from the institutions that Africans have, right? That they have built, that have enabled them to survive various forms of crises, right? And economic exclusions. We know there's a thing called, there's something called uneven, sort of combined uneven development, meaning, in as much as you maybe here in Johannesburg or in Dar es Salaam or wherever, there's certain parts of the country which are underdeveloped, right? There's certain parts of the country where a lot of people are not even accessing this platform because of lack of infrastructure, because of a number of sort of issues that involve not having social infrastructure, well, like healthcare, education, and so forth. Yet people are surviving there. People are living there. So surely there must be something in those spaces for us to learn in order to replicate in other areas. Right. So as opposed to looking at those spaces with, sort of ivory tower sort of tendencies or mentality that, those who operate in the urban space are superior. No, we should not be sort of be fooled by the idea that European education actually makes you better. Certainly no. Right. So what we should be doing is, what is it that should be learned there that can teach us in the modern space, in the modern Eurocentric space, in order to actually learn on how to resolve a lot of the issues that we're facing, right? So I'll just leave my comment at that. Thank you very much, Dr. Jerry.
Thank you very much, Shiro Dikeledi. So we welcome now, I hope he is able to join our Sheikh. Is he here? Barrister Sheikh Suleiman Njoku. Is he able to join us? Hello? Technical support. Can we see Barrister Sheikh he is not in studio, but maybe we can, while we wait for him to make the connection between culture and religion, maybe we do have a question from someone in the audience who would like to ask now while we are waiting for Barista Joku. Do we have any question from the audience? Unfortunately, I cannot be able to see what the audience are posting, but if our technical support would post them on the page, then I can be able to see. No? Then I would like to ask a question for all of you while we are waiting for the Sheikh. The connection between a language and, hold on. I like what Professor Okonkwo said about language being the mother tongue. So, and I find that very interesting, the connection, because this is exactly what Professor Ngugi Thiongo is talking about, you know, going back to our own mother language in our own mother tongues, in order for us to be able to empower ourselves, not only from a cultural point of view, and as Honorable Nadia has said, also in order for us to have strategies of how we can be able to fight human trafficking. So what is the role of education in fighting human trafficking, and also the question of human rights? Under whose human rights are we working? Is it our African human rights? Do we have something like that, or is this still a very Eurocentric view of what human rights is or what culture is? Anyone can go. You're honorable. You can start. Shiro Dikalidi can continue. Professor Konko can then join in.
Okay, thank you for giving the platform again. I think what, as Professor Nkoko did mention, if you even look at examples, a biracial family, when you have the mother from a different tribe and the father from a different tribe, the child always tends to speak the mother's tongue. The child always ends up speaking the mother's language. So yes, women should, we've been ruling this world forever. Thank you again to the lady. Please, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. But we are in a situation where we women are being shuffled and pushed aside. And that's why platforms like She Rose is a very good platform for us to mobilize ourselves and have one voice. I'll give example as a politician, a young politician. Our first government, we had more women in parliament, and now most of our women have been kicked out. And I think on both political grounds, like you look at both political parties, our position should be protected. First of all, if a woman is holding a position, we should have policies where if someone is contesting that position, it should be taken by another female. Because what happened is women are being bullied, and in Africa, as a women politician, you have to take all kinds of abusive words and all degrading kind of things that is being said to you. However, you need to be very strong, and that goes along with that comes in with the education. So as I sit here, a young upcoming politician, I might have a young lady in my community, my village, who looks up to me and wants to also one day become a politician. How do I educate that person all the things that comes along in going into politics as a female politician? So I think that platforms like this is just perfect for us to have our voices together as a continent. And when we get to the African Union level, this is where we bring the conversation up and say, we need to be protected in certain positions as women. And I'll leave it here for my other panels to continue.
Thank you very much for that brief answer. So brief answers, please. And then because we have another question from our public. Thank you. Shiro Dikaledi.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I think maybe let me continue from what Dr. Nadia said. Was mentioning with regards to gender-based violence in the political sphere, which was the main theme, right, for UN's CSW 63 this year. So talking about the idea of women in public leadership or political or decision making in the public sphere. So when you think about that, for me, I was just thinking about, I mean, there have been strides in certain contexts whereby we have been seeing women representation in in the political sphere. South Africa being one of the examples of that. However, GBV is a real issue, right? Gender-based violence is a real issue, which certainly, and I'm glad Dr. Nadia mentioned this, that is I think women in politics are faced by this continuously, and it's not just women in politics who are parliamentarians or politicians, but also other women who are operating and working in the political sphere, right? So in the South African case, you may find, for instance, on Twitter, whereby if a certain I'm just going to name here. So there's a South African poet named by Ntugi Mazwai. She's very political, right? Says a number of interesting things. And there are moments whereby you would find her critiquing the EFF online. My goodness, you should see the troll that comes from, that happens immediately that happens after she does that, either critiquing the leader of the EFF or whatever, right? So, and this seems to be a normalized culture, right? It seems to be a normalized culture of violence against women in the political sphere. It really does not matter in which capacity they come into the space. And that is something that it happens because of impunity, right? Sort of patriarchal violence that has been operating with impunity for a very long time. That men can do a number of things and yet there is no punishment. Like, for instance, you may find, I don't know if some of you have been reading, I'm sorry to speak about sort of national politics in SA. I'm just using this as an example, right? So there's been a situation, there was a time when in the media, you had, sort of political leaders. Some of them, one moment, one is being, somebody is saying, oh no, you were beating your wife. The other one is like, oh no, you are known that you've done this, you have put this particular sort of transgression, which is gender-based. And yet you're like, but these are leaders. And at the end of the day, these people continue to lead us, right? And then I'm thinking, in a country like South Africa, where there is so much GBV, there's so many issues of rape, there's so many issues of domestic violence. Imagine now women who are being triggered by seeing leaders who actually are then doing this in public sphere, right? So, and then at the same time, you're seeing a certain level of protecting one another again in that space as well. I mean, this is a normalized culture that actually happens in the space whereby political men continue to protect one another. They do all sorts of things. They continue to protect one another. Again, it is because those actions are impunitous, right? There seems to not be repercussions for men who actually behave violently against women. And I think this is something that we need to really address. I mean, globally, everywhere, yes, certainly as a woman, you need to be strong, but the culture itself, the patriarchal culture in the political sphere has to change. It really has to change.
Thank you very much. Professor Jerome. Is he there? No? Technical support. Is barista Sheikh Suleiman Joku now in? Is he available? No? Okay, so I'm just going to ask this one last question from our audience, and then we can continue at the end because we still have another panel and people are still waiting. Please keep your answers short so that we can be able to continue with the next panel. Thank you. So there's a question that has been asked here: How can elder women impact the values of African girls, and what is the role of intergenerational relationship in advancing? In advancing better quality of life for our young women? Short answers, please. I can see Professor.
Yes, I'm back.
Jerome is back. Yes, welcome back, Professor.
Thank you.
So we have another question from our audience. Maybe we'll continue with that one. And the question is, how can elder women impact the values of African girls? And what is the role of intergenerational relationship in advancing, give me a minute, in advancing better quality of life for our young women?
Yeah, I said if I can come in, the basic thing is education, and that is my own profession. Education is basic.
Oh, unfortunately, we have again technical. Oh, he's back. Welcome back.
Okay, yes. I said that I anchored my argument on the
Oh. So again, we have technical issues. I'm sorry for that. But maybe while we are still waiting for him, then we can continue with the next question, which is for Dr. Nadia from Queen Mother. And she's asking, how do you see the presidency working in partnership with the cultural leadership in Ghana to address human trafficking with a focus on children, in specifically identifying communities so we can have measurable outcomes with a timeline?
I think that through the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and I also believe very, very strongly that that ministry and social welfare needs to work with the community leaders, which is the Okwe mothers and kings and chiefs, to be able to have access to the community. And our old culture has always been our chiefs and things. When you send a message to a chief, it goes very well into the community than even the government going around and making noise. And I think it's hard time that the ministry needs to sit with these community leaders to see how we can battle this evil work that has been following us for many years. And at the presidency, I'm here to support Queen Mother for us to have a meeting with our new minister, Honorable Adjo Safua, who is a very dynamic lady, to see how we can get into various communities. And I'm sure with you being part of this role for a while, able to identify and support the government in areas that we can tackle on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So since I can see that our professor is still not here, I would like to thank our panelists for today for this session. Thank you very much for enlightening us. Thank you very much for educating us. Thank you very much for talking about the role of women and the centeredness of African women in our culture and in our politics. Thank you for mentioning that African women still need to be more visible into politics and that we should appreciate, as Professor Jerome said, women, because we do not have father tongues, we have mother tongues. So thank you very much. And we are going now to proceed to our next session, which I am going to introduce our panelists. And our second session is going to be on, or the title of the second session is Globalization and Sustainable Development. And we have panelists, Rasha Hafar, founder of Youth Against Slavery Movement in New York, Fabrice Mushiga, Ambassador Global Leadership Academy, Queen Mother, Development and Queen Mother of Afia Kwabera in Ashanti Kingdom. And we welcome you all, our panelists. And the first question is, how can African culture values contribute to the discussion on sustainability and sustainable development? Are you all here? Is our Queen Mother here? Are our panelists in? Is there anybody from the second panel there? Fabrice Mushiga, are you here? Rasha Hafar, are you here?
Hi, Garissa is here.
Hello, welcome.
Thank
Welcome, Queen
you. How are
Mother.
you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you very much. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Originally, I wasn't supposed to be on the panel, so forgive me. I was a bit taken unawares. So thank you. I just want to make a few points clear. If you want to talk about cultural values in Africa before we will be able to even take it on to how it can impact on the system, how it can improve on our well-being, how we can, use it for other issues like human trafficking. We have to understand what exactly it is. What are the social values that in Africa, for example, in our system, what do we see as cultural values? What shows that we are Africans? What is our identity? We have a way of, communicating. We have a way of greeting. Before COVID, we were doing a lot of handshakes. We were not too much of hugging. And if you meet somebody and the person behaves in a way, that already gives you the instinct that this person is an African. So what shows that we are African? We were brought up to be very, very respectful, and that shows that we are African. So if somebody meets you and the person wants to take you away somewhere, and the person realizes that what you are communicating, the person doesn't understand, or you show the person so much respect, the person might even say that, this person is so good, I don't really have to harm the person or something. There are so many things that we have as Africans that we can use to portray our Africans, our values. If you remember, we were brought up even not to use our left hands to address people. That because we saw it as not good enough. So we have to always talk. Our elders will tell you, don't use your left hand. Use your right hand when you're addressing. These are values that we are brought up with. These are things that we identify as Africans. And we need to continue to invite it. We need to continue to also pass it on to our generation. We need to continue to let our younger ones appreciate who we are and how we live, how we behave, so that they will grow up and become Africans in its entirety. There's so much influence in the system now. For example, we have the internet at our beck and call. We have it in the palm. We are now a global village, and our children of underage 6 years are seeing sex films and other things that are not hitherto open to our children. In our communities, you wouldn't even find a child coming to sit in a conversation of elders. We were brought up to be respectful. We were brought up to listen. We listen as younger children. We were not talking all the time. In as much as we want people and children of today to be assertive, children of today to be very proactive, children of today to be very involving in decision making on their growth, we might as well also put caution and stopgaps in between wherever we are putting out there so that it's not just free for all. So these are a few pointers that I want to bring out so that we will look at it as elders, as cultural leadership, as rulers, as leadership, religious being, whatever, so that people would appreciate an African as an African. And then we can take the conversation beyond here. There are lots we can talk about. Communication approaches, relationship issues, things, the reason why domestic violence has become prevalent now is chauvinism, is the fact that men are supposed, I heard our lady talking right now, that men would want to show their masculinity, and because of that, if they are not able to support them, they will use their physical abilities to show that yes, they are the men. These are things that we need to address individually as issues of Africans that brings our values to our fore. And then we can take steps to address how it impacts on our activities and our daily life. And we can continue when the others also speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Queen Awido. Thank you for those words filled with wisdom that we should learn as the younger generation to have respect for our elders, to listen to our elders, and that our elders are the leaders of our community and the carriers and bearers of our culture, which of course address our values and our value systems. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. I can see that our other panelists are already here. I see that Barista Suleiman Yusuf Njoki has also been able to join us. So we will maybe continue with the same question for everybody so that the discussion can continue. I can see, I'm still waiting to see if our Shiro Marsha Hall is also here. And Shiro Fridoza, if she's here, if I pronounce that correctly, but I can see Raka Hafar. So welcome Fabrice Mushiga, and welcome Her Highness Queen Diambi. Welcome. So our question for this panel was, let me get the question once again. How can African cultural values contribute to the discussion on sustainability and sustainable development? Okay, you're all back again. So, Ms. Hafar, if you would like to answer, and then we continue with Mr. Mushiga.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's an honor for me to be here today. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you to Shiros for organizing this important conversation. So when we talk, I was listening to the previous panel, and when we talk about culture, it's really important for us to understand that culture is in the heart of all we do in Africa. It's the root of so many amazing things, but at the same time, so many issues. So when we talk about sustainable development, we need to look at deconstructing the issues we face and connecting them to what is happening on the ground. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the cultural repercussions of continuous exploitation, acceptance, and mainstreaming in our culture, and how can we break that down as a cycle. So we see that in Africa, our culture is something that we inherit, right? So it's an important factor of our lives that we cherish and that we respect, and that is inherited from one generation to the other. So it comes with its, beautiful, rich and important aspect, but at the same time, it comes with so many exploitative practices that we still do not see as exploitative practices. And that hinders our sustainable development as a continent as a whole. So when we talk about culture, I would like to invite you to, look at, so for example, for me, when I talk about human trafficking and modern slavery, I always tell people, do not take the issue as, something in isolation. We cannot talk about human trafficking and modern slavery as an issue that is disconnected from what we experience in our day-to-day practices of cultural norms. Our culture facilitates and actually cultivates the maintenance of exploitation and slavery and trafficking in Africa. How is that? When we talk about girls' education, when we talk about gender-based violence, it's cultural norms that push for us to say, okay, the girl is less deserving of having a quality education because the male is going to be the one supporting a family. Therefore, if I have 2 kids, I would rather drop my daughter out of school so that my son can attend school and have a future, because he is going to be the man supporting a family. So inheriting that cultural heritage of patriarchy, of saying that women are second citizens, are less deserving of access to equal opportunities, continues the cycle of exploitation, because these women and these girls will remain vulnerable, and therefore they become the majority of victims of trafficking and exploitation around Africa and abroad. We also can see that it's normalized for girls to migrate in order to support the education of their brothers. You know, the girls have to do that because the boys' education is more important. So that's a cultural norm. Where can we draw the line between how do we respect our culture, but at the same time challenge these norms that do not work for us anymore? And that is the question I want to ask you all, because we cannot talk about sustainable development. We cannot talk about development as a whole if our systems are still following cultures and norms that continue to create divide and continue to impose injustice on certain communities based on what we think is right and wrong, just based on the culture. We also see the culture of early marriage and forced marriage. You know, so many like around Africa, and especially now after COVID, we see a huge rise in the number of girls who have been forced into marriage. And that is because, you know, it's the same thing. It's a culture. We see families that would say, you know, I would rather sell my daughter into a marriage because she's a financial burden, and also maybe I can save my honor, you know, just ensuring that she is married. So forced marriage and child marriage is a form of human trafficking and modern slavery. And that is something that's happening every day all around Africa. So how can we look at that and break the cycle of that culture? Because there's nothing okay with child marriage. It's just traumatizing these children and then producing families that are full of violence. We can also look at the problems of, you know, those girls that we dropped out of school. So for example, in Tunisia, the parent would drop his daughter out of school and say, you know, I don't have the money, she can support the family. So she will be the one working to support the family. And then as a child, what does this girl do? She would be sold into domestic slavery, where she's going to go work in another family's house as a domestic maid. But then she is deprived of all her rights as an individual, as a woman, as a human being, as a child as well, because some of them are as young as 7 years old. So when we look at that, so like even in Tunisia, we have a national commission against human trafficking. But when you talk to them and say, you know, we have this issue of children begging in the streets, we have this issue of kids working, domestic slavery. But when you actually say, what is the solution? Everyone takes a seat back and says, that's a tough question, because this is something embedded in our culture. This is something that families rely on. These families are relying on their children, providing for their survival. So how can we change that in order to create a system that actually functions outside of exploitative practices? Because there's no way we can have sustainable development, no way we can sustain our economies when we have so many young people and women and girls and men exploited without having access to decent work and economy. When we look at the cultures of inheritance, I know some of it comes from religion. For example, in Islam, a lot of the people interpret it as a religious thing. But when we look at other places as well, it's cultural. People don't even refer to religion. They just look at it as a cultural thing. The son will inherit the land. The son will inherit the house. He will inherit the money. But the girl doesn't need it because she will be married off. She will become the mother. And therefore, she's not supposed to be the one supporting a family, which we all know is not the reality. African women are the ones who are supporting their families and taking care of a lot of the burden. So when we look at that inheritance, inheritance laws and the culture around inheritance and owning land and ownership also has to change. We can't continue to say that the land, majority of it is owned by men. Where are women in this? So we cycle back. Everything is connected. We cycle back to gender-based violence. We cycle back to the issues of fair access to opportunities, to economic justice and rights. So when we look at our culture, we cannot look at it in isolation. And when we look at these issues that are festering and fostering injustice in our communities, we need to create that connection. Everything is connected. So these are the root causes that lead people to be vulnerable and therefore trafficked and exploited. And Africa has the biggest number of children in child labor. At least 1 in 5 kids around Africa is working to support their family. Whether these working conditions are safe or not, that's a whole different question. But why are we relying on our children? Why are we fostering a culture where the parents bring or have kids in order to support them financially, working as children from an early age, to being deprived of having access to education and having access to just a decent life that they deserve? So these are all questions we need to really deconstruct and start working on. How can we break the cycle of exploitation that has been normalized in Africa? How can we challenge that we have accepted the fate of slavery as something that is supposed to be normal? That is not normal. There is nothing normal about exploitation, let alone exploitation of children. So I really want to hear from the rest of the panelists, how can we together look at sustainable development in connection to our culture and find solutions to break these cycles of exploitation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaborate answer. And now we go over to Mr. Fabrice Mushiga.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really a great honor to be here, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this. And I actually, I do think a lot about culture, and over the last couple of years, I've been really challenged by myself, on how so many of Africans, because we talk about Africa, do not even know about the culture. And sometimes when you see how the SDGs have been going so far, you really challenge. You have this eagerness to turn the question around, and I do believe that the question needs to be turned around and shape it, frame it differently. How could we, how might SDGs speak to cultural sensitivity, for example, like SDGs, human rights, these are aspects that are really universal. They have a universal perspective, but not culture. Culture is very specific. Even in Africa, the culture is in Mozambique is completely, sometimes there's some similitude with what's in Congo, in Tunisia, in Kenya, but there are so many differences. Sometimes in one country, you find so many differences, and I do believe that culture does not have to adapt or to fit to beat sustainable development. It will lose the essence of its diversity, its beauty. However, culture must speak to human dignity. And that's where I do agree with what Russia mentioned. It does have to speak to human dignity, and that is not negotiable. And for me, it's like we have a responsibility as Africans, as leaders, to challenge whatever is not working well in our culture. Whatever, for example, does not speak to human dignity. Sustainable development, this is a global agenda. First of all, it's an agenda on how do we want to achieve development in the world. and there is so many good things within sustainable development. Aligning culture to it might be really challenging and really asking the world to be, but it's very important to have this aspect of human dignity, which I believe is much more key, and speak a little bit more. And however, there is one aspect as well which I believe we need to take into account. I think in the first discussion, people mentioned the role, for example, of language and women, because we're talking about that. Women, for example, in the culture have been able to take on a lot, to be actually the community bearers. And this has been part of the culture. And the challenge most of the time, what I believe we need to do is to take a step, go and learn about the culture, know about the culture, what it is, not what we go and read the books, written, for example, and we need to be selective what we read, for example, get to know what really the culture is. Because when we talk about African culture, and I'm happy here, we've been here with the Queen Mother and other senior African leaders, I do believe that makes really, really a lot of sense to come back and interrogate, for example, the African culture. Go and learn, for example, what has been positive in there and what is not need to be challenged. Yes. I know what's happening in Senegal, for example, with the Grandmothers Project, where, for example, the grandmothers are shaping the narrative and culture is being used as an instrument for change. And when you interrogate again the culture, you realize that when you dig deep even in the history, according to the transcribers of the Mandan Charter, this is connected as well to the slavery, which is the question, the debate as well today. The abolition of slavery, for example, was really a masterpiece of, the Malian Empire under Sundiata Keita. And this has been really something already in the culture and written in the charter, and it was only written, actually registered in the World Heritage by UNESCO in 2009. That means before that you will never have found what really has been happening in African culture. So my call is really one. We need to take responsibility to know our culture. We need to know it. We need to understand what it is like. So many of us do not know, about our own culture. And the main challenge, I want to come back again on the language. You find so many people, for example, who do not know even their own local language. We go and refuge and we're speaking, for example, French, English, and so many other languages. But sometimes we don't take time to even teach our children about their local language and language, this vehicle of the culture. And that's really still a challenge. We still have so many people. See what's happening in China and Japan. They may learn other languages, but the local language is mandatory, So I don't want to shift the debate only on language, but on 2 points. Number one, our ability to learn and to know about the culture, to interrogate the culture, to understand even the context why this is done in this way. And it doesn't mean that we have to agree or we need to protect everything about the culture, but we need at least to understand what's the essence of it. And whatever does not speak to human dignity, we have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to challenge that. And thank you. That will be my contribution, and looking forward to hear as well from other colleagues, panelists to this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mushiga. I am still waiting to see if Fridoza is here. Is she here? She's one of our sheroes. And Marsha, also another shero. Is she here? Unfortunately, we lost the connection to Barista Njoku. No, they are not here. Okay. Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi, would you want also to answer the question? You are actually our guest. Welcome very much. You are to give our last our last remark for this session, but we welcome you. Thank you for taking your time and for being here with us.
Somebody needs the mic.
Yes. Please do mute yourself if you're not speaking so that our guest speakers can be able to speak. Thank you very much. Welcome, Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatusula. You're very much welcome.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very honored and pleased to be here among all of you. Thank you for inviting me to this distinguished, panel for a discussion about, of course, human trafficking and particularly, women trafficking and forced labor and so forth. I have to salute, first of all the royal highnesses that are here, the chiefs and queen mothers. Also salute all the honorable guests and the distinguished speakers that have been speaking before me. And I have the privilege of speaking last, so I was able to listen to all the comments and all the reflections that I have found really interesting and, of course, apropos and judicious. Of course, here as we're talking about the panel of, talking relating to culture and sustainable development, I want to stress on few things. The first thing is that unfortunately, Africans in general do not know the history. The only history we know, it's really the history we've been taught by the people who did come to Africa to take advantage of all the wealth and also all the, the benefit that Africa has to offer. And one of the first, of course, wealth of Africa is her people. And of course, we cannot have a discussion about the problem of human trafficking so long as we do not take a look at what has been happening in Africa for the past almost eight centuries as the human exploitation and human trafficking. We have to not forget that for over 800 years, Africa has been the victim of the endover of using labor from Africa, enslaved the African population to do labor either in, having them trafficked, meaning having them removed from the continent, or removed from the place of birth to be worked, to be, trafficked so that they could be deported and work other places where they were taken away from their own families, their own people, and of course their own culture. So we have almost 800 years, continuous 800 years of history, where first of all we have the Arab invasion of Africa that came to, mainly use people and take people, and of course all the resources. And then we had the Atlantic human trafficking. So those, when we look at that, we have 800 years, so 8th century of people being exploited. And besides the trafficking of the people and taking them away from where they are locally and transporting them and deporting them to other areas so they can go and become a free labor force to develop whichever country or whichever continent, like in the Atlantic human trafficking was about developing the Americas and the Caribbeans and enriching the European nations who were the colonizers of these lands. So we have all been used for several centuries to enrich and work for free for other people. So when we look at the east of Africa, all the east of Africa has been also, living under those conditions for over 800 years. So when we talk about culture, we cannot talk about African culture in general. And I stress on the point that one of my brothers said that there is, of course, particularities. But when we talk about the African indigenous cultures, we cannot look at those cultures without understanding that the culture we see today are also a result of the influences of other cultures coming in and influencing us. I think that it was said in the previous session, even though many of the things we know about ourselves, many of the things we practice today, although some of them are so-called our culture, they are not inheritance of our ancestors. So a lot of those principles don't come from Africa. The women inferiority doesn't come from Africa. This is inherited from other cultures that came to Africa to subjugate African people, but even more so to make a distinction between the value of a woman against the value of a man. So those are not inherent values of the African people, the people indigenous to Africa. So we have to really make a difference between the two. Of course, some of the traditions and culture have continued in, but a lot of them have not. I am a female king, what we call Mukalenga Mukaji, which is a female king. I'm not a queen mother, although queen mothers are extremely important because they have a role so important to play in how the society is organized. So what I'm saying is that if we don't know our history, if we don't understand the structure of our communities, how the traditional and indigenous communities were organized, we are missing out on an abundance of wisdom and abundance of knowledge of how to organize ourselves so that we can have this very balanced society where men and women are complementary and have respect for each other, where we do not traffic people. Because the Ubuntu principle, as one of my sister mentioned, is not just I am because you are, is also I am God. I am a representative of God on earth. I am a parcel of the divine, being, the divine creator. So you cannot enslave your creator. You cannot put your creator in a jail. That's why when your European came to Africa, they didn't find any jail. They didn't find a place where they hang people. They didn't find a place where they burn people. They didn't find a place where they cut people's head, because we had a different structure of how we govern. So a lot of what we know of ourselves is what the people who came to invade Africa and to subjugate Africa came and superimposed upon us, and all kinds of fantasies that were nourished so that they can use those fantasies to excuse the brutal and abject behavior towards African human beings. When we talk about education, we have to really be understanding that which education are we talking about when we talk about how we're going to educate our children for the future. Most of us value only education when it comes in the form of the Western standards. But those same Western standards, a couple of centuries ago, and not maybe so long ago, were justifying the enslavement of African, were justifying the abuse of Africans. In those same big universities with those big names, they had scientists there to say that African people were not quite human. They were using all kinds of measurements of our features and measurements of our brains to say that we were not capable, and therefore we deserve the fate that they had bestowed upon us. So we have to be very, very meticulous in entangling or detangling, sorry, everything that is properly indigenous to us and what has been superimposed upon us. The value system that we have as the man is superior to a girl, that's not an African indigenous value. There is no such thing. And when we go to the specialists who study Africa, who are Africans themselves, not coming with the Africanity lenses of Westerners looking into the African society. But when we do have Africans who really understand what's going on and are doing an immense research, the women have always been really actually put on a pedestal in Africa. The symbolism of even God itself was really a woman with a child. So because of the symbolism of the birth, the giving life, and so women have always been put on the pedestal, and women have always been participating in every single decision making. I've just referred to the queen mothers. The queen mothers are the king makers. Without the queen mothers, there is no king. So they are the ones who can decide who is going to be the best suited to be the symbol of authority in the community. As again, power, women represents power, men represents authority. It's two different things, but they have to work together in order to foster the environment to have a balanced society. We're talking about development and sustainability. From whose perspective, once again? When we think about development, oftentimes we're looking at Africa playing catch up with the Western model or the Asian model or some other model that doesn't belong to African people. We have yet to sit and have our leaders sit and reflect with elders, with community leaders and cultural leaders, with people who think outside of the Western box to say, wait a minute, let's look at what's going on now. The development model of the West is in total system failure right now. And it's been producing aberration after aberration after aberration and proning that technology will be the solution for every problem, like pollution and so forth. And it's basically not the case, because to every single solution they bring, technology solution they bring, they uncover more problems. So that just says to us that that model may have looked to be efficient to a certain degree when it was about exploiting other people's resources so that you can transfer the wealth and those resources to a particular group of people that are, dominating the planet. But when it comes to a shared more equitable share of the revenues and resources of the planet, it has proven to be completely a delinquent model. We're talking about, I heard one of the panelists talk about, yes, it's the culture of African to use their children. No, it's not in our culture. Those are inherited from the situation we are in. These people want to survive. And if they think that surviving is going to be to have their children to work, that's the only option that they have, then they will go for those options. But why do they have to survive today? They have to survive because they've been impoverished because of excessive exploitation of the resource and mismanagement of whatever else that they have in their country. So those are the deeper structural questions we have to ask ourselves. It's not to say that our cultures are fostering those things, because they are not. A lot of practices that we deem to be African practices and indigenous to Africa are not. Like the clitoridectomy that we hear so much about, like the abuse of women to the point that they mutilate their body. This is not a practice that's endogenous to Africa. This is an imported practice. But how many Africans who are practicing it today know? So we can start challenging all these things that are not indigenous to Africa. I believe that Africa, when we look at the history of humankind, Homo sapiens sapien, 200,000 years at least.
No, I'm not saying it. No.
Over
I'm not saying
200,000.
it. Okay,
We have been the one leading civilization. And when I talk about civilization, I mean to be civil, to live together in peace. There is no place in the world where there's a longer record of communities that have been living together in peace than in Africa.
No.
Africa, not only the birth of humanity, Africa, the birth of all sciences, mathematics, medicine, the architecture, and much more. But especially Africa, the mother of how to live together in a civil manner. Today, we talk about human rights, and we talk often about La Charte des droits de l'homme from France. That's only a pale copy of the Mandé Charter that was already instituted in Africa hundreds and hundreds of years before. That is thousands of years later, after the Ma'at, which are the laws of how to govern ourselves so that we can be good individuals for our community. So we had a different system where self-governance because of our own culture was meant for us to say, how do we do things? We do things right or we do things wrong. We had moral codes. We had all these things that were there how can I say, to help individuals. Once they learned those codes in their community with their elders, they could just engage in behaviors that fostered peace, fostered understanding of complementarity and what role each youth had to play in order for the community to benefit from this. So there is so much to be said about Africa and its role. But today, when we talk about sustainability, it's not for a Western model to explain to Africans how to be sustainable, because everything they've done so far has shown that They had no understanding of sustainability, and they had no understanding of how to live in peace. So I think that Africans have to take their responsibility. They have to clean up their understanding of themselves. They have to redefine what is to be an African today. What is the heritage that we have received from our forefather, to value that precious heritage that contains so much fundamental rules and laws that were valuable to making sure that a community is not only peaceful, in harmony, but also sustainable. There is a civilization like the Kemetic civilization that the Greek called Egyptian. That civilization was only that came only after so many more in the southern part of Africa, ongoing along the Nile. Those civilizations developed in a way that we have yet to see today, and yet they didn't destroy the environment. They lived in community with the environment. They cared to see that they don't destroy the environment that fed them. So those fundamental values of respecting environment, they come from Africa. Where do you have sacred ecology? Sacred ecology comes from Africa. But see, when the European comes and see that our elders do not want to go in the forest without asking permission, do not want to cut a tree without a serious consultation and dealing with nature. They say that we were savages and we were animists because we thought that, God is in everything. Well, yes, now we understand that without those trees, we cannot breathe. So those are fundamental values, core values of African indigenous cultures. So we have to understand that if we don't brush ourselves off of the symptoms of the trauma that we have lived throughout our history because of the severe exploitation that we have endured for 800 years and continued after colonization started, we were exploited. I come from the Congo. Over 12 million Congolese were killed during the exploitation of the rubber by the Belgian King Leopold, under the Belgian King Leopold reign. That's 12 million people that were killed, and no mention of that is made anywhere. You don't have a whole course in history talking about that kind of genocide. We always refer to the genocide of other people, but we never talk about our own. So what kind of injury, psychological, physical, cultural injury have we endured for us to be so discombobulated that today we don't see the necessity of uniting, of being together, because the problem is a structural problem. So when we talk about human trafficking and the exode of our children crossing the sea to die at sea because they think that they're going to have a better life anywhere else, and they are the prey to traffickers, we do not think that in order for that to stop, African people have to unite. Because you cannot, I heard the Honorable of Ghana say, yes, Ghana has some measures, but Ghana can have some measures. But guess what? If the country next to Ghana doesn't have the same measures, well, it will continue. So Africans today have to really do something that has never been done before. They really have to start understanding that they have to unite. They have to, of course, accept that we are different, like one of the ladies from Northern Africa have mentioned. There are differences in cultures, and those things that do not serve us, we have to indeed highlight them. But before we criticize that solution, we have to understand what was the problem, and we have to tackle the problem. And the main problem is our poverty. And it's not poverty because we are poor people or we have poor land. The poverty is because we are being overexploited by people who do not, redistribute any of the benefit of that exploitation to the people that those resources belong to. So it's time for Africans to really, put their fist down. And I will appeal to women particularly, to women, because women in Africa have always had a leadership role in the sense that they've always been the ones on the ground structuring communities. Queen mothers, they know how to do that. Everyone knows their own children. Everyone know how to deal with their own community. So if we engage women more in politics, if we restore African women on their throne, as not to overpower men, because we don't have these problems in our tradition and culture. Those are imported attitudes, that to say man is better than a woman, man is superior to a woman. In our ancient tradition, a god of ours did not create a woman, a man, and then pull a woman out of that man. That's not our genesis. Our genesis is that God creates both men and women, equal and complementary. So when those values are put back in the center of our reflection of how we carry ourselves and what we look for as in terms of solution, we have to make sure that these things are very important to us. And that's the education we have to teach our children. So for me, as the custodian of our traditions, the custodian of our history, I have to tell my brothers from Africa and my sisters, we have such an amazing body of knowledge, of wisdom that can be used to put to the service of our nations, to make sure that we find solutions to our problems. But first, we have to understand the depth and the intricacy of the problems we are in. Unless we understand the problem, the actual core problem, then we will not be able to find the appropriate solutions. We will always think that the solution will come from abroad. If we copy those, if we do like them, if we do this like them, then we will be developed. Then we will be okay. So far, it's been over 3,000 years that Africa has encountered many other cultures that came in to subjugate Africans, and this model have not worked for us. So it's time that we have like an honest dialogue, and an honest dialogue with all the African leaders that is fueled by definitely women, because I think women have the major role to play. African women really have to unite, really have to demand that that family is united, so that we can talk to each other and we can understand the core of the problem. And the core of the problem is, so far, for me, is that we do not value who we are enough. We don't have enough of an understanding of what are the assets that we have, so we can solve the solution, because we do not value ourselves enough. We value what comes from abroad. We think the West is best, and we always think that the solution is to do as the West. We have to highlight, of course, the flaws. I'm not saying that everything that we did in our traditions were perfect, but I have to say, make sure that we make a distinction between what is inherited to our ancestors and what was superimposed because of other cultures. And then we can start learning how to treat each other again with compassion, with respect, so that working as a community, we can really thrive. Today, the world is in need of a restructuring model of how we live together, because the Western model has now shown its maximum capacity, and now is a system failure. Individualism and all of that has shown to be catastrophe in terms of human development. We have exceeded all the ideas of how we live together. We have overexploited the earth. We have overconsumed, and that's the only model that is sustainable. I'm also an economist, and that's the model they think is sustainable, but it's not. We can see that you cannot forever exploit the earth and think that you will never have a collapse. Right now, we're talking about the COVID crisis. Behind that COVID crisis, there is an immense economic crisis, immense. Because we are distracted now, we're talking about the COVID, but there have been a crisis in the making, because those economic crises will continue to happen, and will continue to happen more. Be together. Let's join force and continue to dialogue, and we will absolutely find solutions for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Queen. Oh, I just feel like I did the right subject by studying history. You just spoke to my heart and to my soul that we need to re-educate ourselves, and that we need to critique what is coming from outside and coming into our own countries, into the African continent, that we need to ask, what is our history? What were we before they came and started writing their histories from another perspective. We were there before. I just love that you said you cannot enslave the divine. And so if we were the first humans, so I am really, really glad that you gave us that history of our continent and the importance of us as a people learning our history and decolonizing our minds at the same time, learning that we have something that is valuable and that we should value it by re-educating ourselves. Thank you so much. That was very educative. Thank you. I can see that Barista Suleiman is back. I have to announce that our speaker, Ms. Raha, had to leave, but I see that Barista Suleiman is here, and maybe Barista Suleiman, you would like to add something to that if you have now connection. Can you hear us, Barista Suleiman? Can you hear us? Barista Suleiman? Okay, I think he is still trying to get in. He's having technical issues. We are sorry again for that. I would like now to invite Cookie, who wanted to say something. If he's here, yes.
I'm here. Good evening, everyone, and I really have to appreciate all the contributions so far from our panelists. I have to really come in because one of the main theme of the dialogue has not been attended to, which is the institutionalized slavery in Mauritania. That was the reason why I invited the Sheikh, so that he can be able to see the way to change the paradigm shift from the Islamic perspective to let us understand if it's really the norm, because the issue in Mauritania is enslavement of the Arabic are enslaving the black population there. And then it's of great concern to us because Article 4 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says no one shall be in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all of their forms. But there is an accompanying clause on that Article 4 that declines UN from interfering in activities in other nations, including the UN member nations. And the clause says, nothing contained in the present charter shall authorize the United Nations to intervene in matters which are essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. This is taking away the teeth of the organization. This leniency in the UN allows for many human rights violations, including that of the Article 4, because what's going on in Mauritania is quite disturbing, and then even AU cannot intervene with sanctions. Mauritania was in ECOWAS. They left some years back to join the Maghreb Union in the Northern Arab section of the continent. So with Mauritania in focus, where activists are being jailed who are from the enslaved population, they are being jailed with outcries from the global perspective for them to be released. And if African nations cannot, AU, ECOWAS, UN cannot intervene, is it going to be solely the responsibility of civic organizations and activists to change the situation in Mauritania without a new understanding in human relationship? How do we get the government in Mauritania to understand that the cultural perspective of the enslavement is not sustainable at this time without our governments and leaders taking the lead? So if Sheikh can be able to come in as an Islamic cleric, his contribution will be an eye-opener on the Islamic perspective of slavery in Mauritania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cookie. Then we wait for Barista Njoku, if he's there. Is he there?
If there's anyone who can attend to this to the question, if not, then we can proceed and see how to round up so that the other GASU events can commence.
Is there any of the panelists or any of our special guests who would like to answer Mr. Cookie, do we have questions from the audience? No? Cookie, could you please help me because I cannot be able to see the chat if you have any questions from our audience?
I'm not seeing any from my angle.
Do we have Barista Suleiman now? Is he back? No, he is not there. And we don't have questions also from the audience. If we do, we can take one more question and then wrap up the session. We are running a little bit over time, and this is because we had technical problems in the beginning. And as you have all seen, since we are connecting globally, not everyone has been able to attend, and not everybody has been able to speak, and we apologize for that. Okay, if there are no questions from anybody, then I want to thank you all. This has been very educative for me. I want to thank our special guests who took their time to educate and re-educate us and talk about the importance of going back to our own cultures, respecting our own cultures, understanding that we have a history and that history has its own values, its own fundamental values and cause. I want to thank Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, for being here, for taking her time. I want to thank Queen Mother Imakus for opening up our session for today. I want to thank Queen Mother Adopa also for being here. I want to thank Mzee or Elder Akaba Mohammed for joining us today and for giving us educating us once again on the importance of our own history. I want to acknowledge and thank the Honorable Dr. Nadia Adongo Musa, Professor Jerome Okonkwo, Ashiro Dekeledi, Barrister Yoku, although he wasn't able to join, which is unfortunate. We would have loved to understand the connection between culture and religion and human trafficking. I want to thank also our panelists for the second session, Ms. Raha Hafa, Fabrice Mushiga, Queen Mother Adopa, and of course, Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabutusula. Thank you so much for taking your time. Thank you for being here. I've been your moderator for the day, Jerry, and I want to thank you all. If it's evening, good evening. If it's afternoon, good afternoon. Asante sana, karibuni, and until we meet next time, take care and please continue watching us because we have 2 more sessions coming. Thank you so much and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much as well.
Amazing, 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 amazing first session of today, hosted by the African Women's Elders and Intercultural Dialogue. We want to thank all of our guests, our moderator, Njiri, you did a fantastic job. Despite the technical challenges that we had, we were able to have a dynamic and wonderful feedback. We were able to have a dynamic and wonderful session this morning. Thank you to our keynote speaker, Queen Diambi of the Congo, and all of the Queen Mothers and the heroes that support us sheroes We thank you for being a part of today as we celebrate and commemorate the 65th Commission on the Status of Women, hosted by the UN CSW. And so at 12:30, we will be bringing our official parallel event, our Heal, Glow, Grow. And we will be talking about African women and beauty and business. And we have a wonderful panel lined up with our moderator, Davisha L. Johnson, and our founder of the Shiro, Sister Kim Poole, as well as our Shiro, Brittany Turner. And we will also have Queen Mother, Dr. Dolores Blakely, the mayor of Harlem, joining us for our afternoon session. And then at 3 to 5 p.m., we have our Pulse of Global African Women. And that is going to be a very prolific panel discussion, roundtable, and voices from all around the world. That session will be moderated by Dika Levy, who you saw earlier in this particular session. She is joining us from South Africa. We have our Memory as a Weapon, also production that is produced by Ferdozi, who is also out of South Africa. So we have many of our Shiros ready to present today, and we're representing the diaspora as one collective voice of global African women. So please stay tuned to the program. We look for your dialogue and engagement. Follow us on our Facebook pages as well as YouTube. We see your comments, and we want you to continue to engage with us. So stay tuned as we play some music in between our session. We'll be going live in about less than 15-20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I'm here, and then he has a side by side. Can you all hear me? Greetings. If you can make my window bigger, production technical team, while they queue up, please. Thank you. If you could actually thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. I need everyone to be on mute. All right, we're going to kick off our session. Greetings, everyone. My name is Angela Sales. I am your international host and chair for the Global African Sheroes Union. Welcome to the UN CSW 65. This is our parallel event on Heal, Glow, Grow. We will be talking about African women in beauty and business in a very broad context. This year's theme for CSW is about women's empowerment and how it links to sustainable development and our full and effective participation and decision making in public life, as well as the elimination of violence for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. So we are going to look at that in detail over the next 2 hours that we have. I want to welcome everyone for joining us, and I would like to introduce our moderator for today. Her name is Miss Davisha L. Johnson, and she will be moderating the first segment of our event today. Davisha, you have the floor. Please, production, yes. And Davisha, we see you, but you need to turn your camera on so that the family can also see you and come off mute. If Davisha, are you ready? I need somebody to go on mute here. Oh, Davisha, you're on mute. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but you're not coming through on the StreamYard. I don't see you.
I will go over here, and therefore you can see me.
Oh, I see what's going on. Production, we need you to show the full screen of, yep.
So can you put me on?
That one, that's the one. You have it now. I'm echoing.
Hello, good morning, ladies. Can everyone see and hear me? Yes? Yes, thank you. My name is Davisha L. Johnson, and I will be your host for session 2 for the Global African Sheroes Union. I'm very excited to be here. Angela, do you have a question?
I'm getting an echo.
We don't hear an echo on our end.
Okay, so if everyone is not speaking, if you can mute your microphones, that would be helpful. This is the second session of the Global African Sheroes Union parallel event for UNCSW 65. My name is Davisha L. Johnson. I'll be your moderator for this session. I'm excited that we have the opportunity to speak today in front of the United Nations on an important topic that deals with women, not just all over the world, but African women in particular. This is a very important opportunity for the Global African Sheroes Union to not only take the pulse of African women, but represent ourselves on this global stage. So first, I would like to say thank you to the Global African Sheroes Union founder, Kim Poole. I would like to say thank you also to our gracious international host, Ms. Angela Sales, who's been working diligently this morning to make sure that all of our panelists and speakers had the opportunity to speak. I also want to give a special thank you to Koki, who organized, and Dr. Robbie, who organized the event this morning. If everyone can mute their microphones when they come into the room, that would be appreciated. Also, before we start our session, we are going to have a performance by Ms. Kim Poole and Brittany. So I want to have an opportunity for them to do that as well. And then after that, we will introduce our speakers and we will go forth with our panel. So if Ms. Kim Poole, you are ready for your performance, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Please play our welcome video from our Global African Sheroes from around the world, and we'll begin thereafter.
Sure.
Family, we are queuing up our video. Production, I need you to show the other screen for the video that's being queued. We're not seeing it. Can you please share Davisha, whatever Davisha sharing production, that will be the video that we should be showing right now. It went down. Okay. We're having some technical issues. Let me see if, can you please, production, can you please share my other screen that I'm screen sharing? Okay, let me see if I can. The other one, please. Second one. Production, are you able to share the second screen?
I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're just trying to queue up our video here. And
would you like me
okay, I'm
to
seeing Brittany on the screen right now. And we're trying to queue.
Yes.
Karibu, Akwaba, bienvenue, and welcome to the 65th edition of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. My name is Kim Poole. I'm a soul fusion performing artist and a founder of the Global African Sheroes Union. I'm excited to be featured as a part of one of the virtual events, parallel events, for the United Nations virtual celebration this year. The Global African Sheroes Union exists to protect the social, political, and economic interests of global African women, in spite of geographic location, in spite of language, religion, and many of the barriers that seem to keep global African women from connecting our cultural narrative. We're excited to represent the collective voice and agenda this year as we consider the Beijing 25 Platform for Action. Please join us March 16th between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Hello, my name is Angela Sales, and I am your international host and chair for the Global African Sheroes Union. Welcome to UNCSW 65. The Shero Sisterhood is important to me because it provides a place for global African women from all over the world to connect together and do things. We move, we're dynamic, we put things in action, and that is the beautiful thing about the Global African Sheroes Union. We represent one voice. We look forward to you joining us at our Heal, Glow, Grow session, as well as our all-day activities as we look at the state of global African women. Welcome to UNCSW 65.
Hi, my name is Wamboy, and I am an educator. I love education, and I believe in the power of the right kind of education.
Hello everyone, my name is Lillian Efrobi, and I am representing Nigeria at the 65th session of the Commission on the Status of Women.
Hello everybody, my name is Dr. Rahab Njeri. I live in the city of Cologne, which is in Germany. I am representing Germany and Kenya. I am a historian and a community activist, and my field of research are post-colonial studies and gender.
My name is Gifty Owusu, and I'm from Ghana. I'm representing Ghana with CSW, Commission on the Status of Women. I am an administrator, administrating in the hospital.
I am Marsha Marie All. I am from the beautiful Caribbean island of Jamaica, but currently based in East Africa. The type of work I do with young women is mostly focused on communication strategies, how to empower young women, girls to tell their own stories, to tell their narrative in an authentic manner.
leadership now. I'm excited about this session, the status of global African women, because it allows us to tell our own story, to talk about our own livelihood, our own benefits, access to upward mobility, or the prohibitors to our upward mobility. We have so many other media outlets and spokespersons speaking on behalf of global African women, but today we take the mic and we talk about our own situations, and we're a part of our own solution. So today, in order to find solutions, we have to know the real problems. And so in advance, I want to thank all of the women that showed up today for being your transparent selves and being honest about the state of our lives around the world. I appreciate Miss Dikaledi, all the way from South Africa, currently in Tanzania, moderating this panel, being a part of a machine that understands Pan-Africanism as a part of our solution, and racism, systemic racism, as a part of one of our barriers. I'm very excited to hear you interpret the women's stories and also help to capture our solutions. And I'm glad to be at the table. I don't want to take all the time. I'm done with the mic. I'm passing the basket. Thank you so much, Angela, for allowing me the opportunity to welcome you all today.
Thank you, Kim. Up next, we will have our moderator. Please, Ms. Dikalidi Mo Koima, introduce yourself to the family, and you have the floor, sis.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for the invitation to moderate this amazing session whereby one actually is on the table with the most amazing women, the most achieved women, women who are doing phenomenal work in their spaces, women who are continuously resisting so many structural, institutional, and various other forms of barriers. But despite all of that, these women keep winning. And I'm hoping that our session is going to be a celebration, right, of all these achievements that we have, a celebration of all the things that we're doing that are, you know,
I should be doing in terms of changing the narrative. And I think we want to change the narrative for Africa. So I'm really proud of being part of the Global Sheroes because I think this crossover between a kind of Pan-African conversation, people from the diaspora, particularly our African American sisters in the US, there is so much we can share and so much we can do together. So I am really humbled and pleased to be with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we also have Professor Maria, Dr. Martin. She's actually a professor, so let me put some respect on your title. So please share with us, just to introduce yourself here as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am just so proud to be here again. I know that people have said that, but this is such a wonderful and accomplished collective of women, and you have my greatest respect, and I'm very honored to be here. And when people ask me who I am, I like to say that I am a servant of the Most High God, an incredible believer, a builder, an educator, queen mother, mama is what my family. My research right now is on women's activism in Nigeria. I'm trying to build an intellectual history, of African women. There are very, very, very few intellectual histories of African women, and when we look at the narrative of African intellectual history or nationalism, it's still a very male-centric narrative. So, I'm very proud of this work, and I can't wait to see, the finished product of my book. But here on campus, especially after what happened with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and all of the racial tensions that, bubbled up in the U.S. throughout 2020, and then also in the beginning of 2021, we always have a difficult time as Black women, and then also Black faculty in predominantly non-Black spaces or predominantly white spaces here. So we try to, I got people together actually to just talk about what Black faculty were dealing with, and that just turned into a movement. And so I'm kind of leading this movement of Black faculty, staff, students, and also community members. As a PhD in Black studies and African American studies, one of the foundational principles of that field is to reconnect the university and the community, because usually we're taken out of our communities to go to a college, and then we study things that don't really help us to address issues in our community. So one of the tenets of Black studies is to reconnect the community with the university. And so that's something that I'm really passionate about with our group. That's why I wanted it to be an alliance. And so it's an alliance. We're called the Black Alliance. It's an alliance of that I engage with issues that are, going on in the Black community, whether on campus or off campus. And on the side of that, I am also, an entrepreneur. I've been wanting to get into entrepreneurship. And so I finally, got started, just getting started with a business called Wasimi. And that is a Yoruba term. So I do most of my research in Yoruba land in Nigeria, and I speak Yoruba. And so The name Wasimi means to come and rest. And I want this to be a travel organization.
Inspire us. Dr. Jerry. Possibly it's time for commercials. Right, it's my time after all. Okay, so we also have Brittany on the platform. Brittany. Brittany.
Hi, this is Brittany.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am blessed. Thank you for asking. Yes. Do you mind switching on your video? Are you able to?
I'm actually out and about. I was just tuning in to listen to everything that was happening.
Okay. All right. Well, but you're also welcome as well, right? You're most welcome. So Mary. Mary.
Yes. Hello.
How are you, my darling?
I'm really good. How are you?
I am good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. Yes. I'm called Nestende Mary, and I'm from Uganda. I I'm a student lead at Macquarie University currently, and I volunteer with True Sisterhood. I feel really happy being with you women because I feel I'm getting grounds of being empowered, and I'm getting grounds of empowering others too. So I feel happy and honored to be here with you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm specializing in leadership. I love leading young people because I feel I'm a leader naturally, and I'm a woman of integrity. That's what I love. So I'm happy to be here again with you, women of integrity. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mary. So we also have on the line Queen Mother Blakely. So please, you have the floor. You have the floor. Please share with us. Hopefully more than just introducing yourself, but bless us with your wisdom as well. Are you there? Queen Mother? Unmute, Queen Mother.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear Queen Mother? Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. I just want to first say to all of you women of the world, may our ancestors continue to keep you on the sacred path of life. And as you move forward on that sacred path, we bring greetings to you as we have celebrated the International Women's Day. Now it's our month. And what Queen Mother would like to say to you in the introduction, that this is my over 50 years, it's my 52 years as a humanitarian at the United Nations. And my goal was for the 50th anniversary as a humanitarian in 2019. As I said to the Secretary General, I wanted to visit Mama Africa like I have never visited her before. I wanted to go out to Mama Africa and to embrace the women in Mama Africa. And I wanted to do it for 3 years in the conversation that I had with the Secretary General. And I said to my daughter, Amina Mohammed, as you know, is the first woman of the world. She is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And I shared with her as well, I want to go out to Mama Africa and spend time for 3 years to hear their voices. I want to hear from them what they want from the world, and to hear women that have never heard, the poor and the powerless, in the hidden land and in the village townships, in the cities of Mother Africa. But the Creator had another plan for me. And I thank God, as we may say, or that force greater than ourselves, I must say to you, March the 5th, 2020, everybody and everything was shut down. And women from around the world was due to be in a place for Beijing Plus 25 consultation day in Harlem, where I'm at. I'm the community mayor of Harlem. And we was looking forward for you embracing Harlem. We registered close to 10,000 women. We went to Washington, D.C. to talk about women, and they are coming. So from 2018, 2019, we began to rally in Washington, D.C. and discuss with political leaders of the women from all persuasions coming to New York for Beijing Plus 25. As I stated before, that the Creator, the God Force, had another plan for all of us women. And a part of that plan was to sit us down, shut us in. COVID-19 hit us. We could not move or go nowhere. We could not embrace and hug each other, particular in the north, where I am in the north. And I just got off the phone discussing in the north, when we do open up again, the goal is to have women to represent us from all persuasions at the table of doing the work that we are doing in the north is getting visas for women. And we was able to have women from the U.S. Congress, and you know now that we have a vice president in the United States talking to the women of inclusion coming and registering their concern at the table. So I'm asking you to keep that in mind when we open up again the United Nations for women to embrace and to have our summit at the United Nations. And I would say to you women, the world has changed, and you holding up the sky, 55% of you holding up the sky. It is in your hands for change that you're looking for in the future. Equality is in our hands. Leadership empowerment is in our hands. Economic, sustainable development in our community, villages, and townships are in our hands. So I say to you, I leave that as part of Queen Mother reflection to you as an elder. I'm reaching the age of 80 years old. The young people would say, Queen Mother, 80 years young. I'm involved with the youth, and they are ready to participate with us. And I'm asking you women, mothers, embrace the children. Hold on to them. Lead and guide them and train them. They are waiting for you. So this is what I would like to leave for the opening up your discussion today. And I would say to all of you, stay on the sacred path of life. And thank you for allowing Queen Mother to speak to you. Blessings.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe, ashe, ashe. Tamaku, as the clusters would say. So thank you so much, Queen Mother. I mean, that was more than an introduction, and thank you for that. Right, we asked for blessings, and you literally blessed us more than blessings that you've offered. So we have Dr. Jerry back on the platform. So I would like to invite her again to share, perhaps, so to speak, about herself. And then, yeah, I'm just going to share something because I just want to share the reason why she left. And I think this is really important because, this part with some of the issues that are facing women today. So she had to move back because her children are awake, right? I mean, this is the complexities as well as the joy of working from home, working as mothers, right? So the social reproductive work that is there. But nonetheless, it is not stopping us from doing the phenomenal productive work that we are, continuously doing. So thank you so much, Dr. Njeri, and thank you to your children for going back to sleep and allowing you to come back on the platform. So, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, mother duties, mother calls, so I had to run. They're still waiting here for me and asking when I'm going back so that they can go back to sleep. So I introduce myself. So my name is Rahab Jerry. I am a historian and a community activist, and my field of research is post-colonial studies, African history, and gender studies, Black diaspora. I wrote my PhD dissertation on the question of Blackness in Canada, where I did field research for three cities. That is Halifax, Toronto, and Montreal. I live in the city of Cologne, and here I am also active in a climate change movement. And as we all know, climate change movement, especially here in Europe, is very white. So we are underrepresented. And last year we had community city hall elections, and we were able to vote the first Black man ever in the city hall in the city of Cologne after I think more than 50 years, which is really male white WASP dominated. So I am also a member of International African School, and I have seen that my colleague Odilia was here or is still here, where we are also teaching not only Swahili, but also African history, and especially for us here in Europe, critical discourses of race and racism, because these are still issues that are very silenced. We have here what is now happening in the US with what was happening with the Black Lives Matters. We also have it now here, and especially here in Germany, it seems as if this is a new phenomena that has got nothing to do with us. Yet we know that a lot of our men and our young women have also experienced police brutality. But this is something that is always seen as outside of being a German, and is always seen as something that is very foreign. And we also introduced last week, and that's why you can still see my picture of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom we had the privilege of talking with on Friday. And we have founded an award which is called CAL, CAL with triple A, standing for a KEMET Awards for Achievement in African Languages, because we think, as we had today in the first session, that our mother tongues are all mother tongues, they're not father tongues. And so that's a very important statement that I could associate today with CAL, because this is exactly what Ngugi wa Thiong'o is saying, that we should be able to speak our own mother tongue, because then we can appreciate our histories and we can appreciate our culture. And by us doing that, it means that we're empowering the next generation. And so our award is more in the philosophy, or in honor the philosophy of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. And also is a call for the young Africans who are in the diaspora as well as in the African continent, that yes, we can speak our own mother tongues, and yes, we should be acknowledged because we're using our own mother tongues. And we should decolonize our minds by not thinking that we can only be seen as people who are successful, whether from a political point of view or socially or economically, only when we speak other languages except our own mother tongues. We know that if you are from Africa, if you went there to school, most of the times you're punished if you speak your own mother tongue. And so with this award, we want to reverse that. We want to decolonize ourselves within our own continent and re-educate ourselves, as Queen Dame Digote said, because education also has to be critical. What kind of education are we taking? Are we consuming? Are we producing? What kind of knowledges are we producing and reproducing as children of Mother Africa? And so I think that CAL is an important award, and also the work of International African School, especially here in Europe, is playing a major role in teaching also children like my children, also Kiswahili, and also saying even in Europe or even in diaspora, we can still be able to connect with our languages. And I'm very passionate about African women. And even one of the reasons why I joined the environment movement or climate change movement here is because of Wangari Maathai, because I think it started already with her, and before even people started talking about her. She had already done that in the 70s and in the 80s, yet history again keeps on forgetting her. So thank you.
No, thank you very much. You know what? This has been an amazing sort of first segment of the session. I mean, already we've been reminded of the important work that needs to be done in terms of resurfacing all this knowledge about phenomenal women whom you know, sort of came before us, and a number of other things as well. So I guess what I am seeing, I don't know if there's anyone else that I am leaving out. Irene, are you back? Irene? Irene? Okay. So in that sense, so what we'll do is
because she's on mute, so she has to unmute herself.
Yeah, she is on mute. Yeah, she is on mute. It's okay. So what we'll do is let's give Marcel a platform to also introduce herself. Marcel is from Brazzaville. So hello, Marcel. 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 Okay, so it's fine. So what we'll do is anyone else who joins is able to unmute, is able to resolve technological issues, you will join us, okay? And then, so please do not hesitate to share your comments. Do not hesitate to speak your mind, to speak your truth, to speak anything that actually comes to your spirit. So what I've literally gathered so far, right, with all of the introductions is, you know, so a number of things that are coming up in terms of the themes. It's largely on leadership, and I actually loved what Mary and Fidoza mentioned, particularly with young women's activism, right? Particularly her work as sort of her history, rather, part of her bio, the activist work that she did when she was younger. So what I am hoping is, particularly, you know, when we think about that we're at a particular age right now, where the conversation about women participating in public sphere and public decision making, which then also incorporates the idea of, you know, sort of leadership, and so far, you know, the visibility of the work that women are doing, and this does not necessarily mean that women are absent in a lot of spaces. Like, we're always there, right? So if we're not there in parliament as either sort of people who are cleaning, as people who are fellow parliamentarians, or women who are whatever, that women are always present, right? Even those who are cooking and so forth. So there's always that. But then now the question is, who has voice, right? Who has voice? And then also, how do we then create possibilities for more women to actually enter those spaces in order for their voices to be amplified and heard? And the voice is a voice that actually speak to the issues that, you know, address affect women in whatever constituencies that they're in. So I'd love to hear from Mary. Hopefully, Fidoza will also be able to weigh in on this in terms of, you know, how, you know, what ways could we, and I mean, what methods and strategies could be used to ensure that young people, more and more young people, are actually entering the sort of leadership space. How also do we, how can we also create avenues or spaces that are actually safe for women to stay in public leadership spaces? The mic, we'll start with you, Fidoza.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I think, you know, the first thing I always remember when we in South Africa, when we fought, eventually got our independence, and there was a conversation as to whether young people should be given the vote. And I remember people saying that 16-year-olds should be given the vote. And many were saying, oh, no, you can't. How can 16-year-olds, you know, vote? And yet it was 16-year-olds who changed history. If we think of the 1976 uprisings They were young people, they were students who went out there and fought to change the system. And then as I work in children and youth media, you know, there used to be a time when we used to carry these huge cameras, and they were huge, big beta cameras. And we were at the Third World Summit on Media for Children in Greece. And all of these people, particularly, you know, European, Western people, said, oh my goodness, how can you give the children those big cameras? You know, they're so expensive and so delicate. And, you know, my partner said, you know, we give children AK-47s. We give children guns. We have child soldiers. If we can give a child a gun, we should be able to give a child a camera so that we can shift the way and shift the balance. So I think when we say how, you know, how is it that 16-year-olds could change the politics, the political terrain of South Africa? And not only in 76, but 76 becomes the highlight of what we talk about. I think the shift needs to happen very quickly. And if we look at some communities where young people under the age of 16 are forced into marriage, and hence I was talking about marriage by abduction. You know, I filmed with a girl child in Ethiopia in around about 2000, 2001, and all she wanted to do was to be a runner, just like she would be, you know, her counterparts were runners and living in the US. And she said to me, my brother was living in the US and I wanted to be a runner. And so she was going to school, but the boy in the other village decided that he liked her, and he was 21 years old. And so he could abduct her because it's marriage by abduction. And it took him almost 2 or 3 days with all of his male friends and sticks in their hands, because she was such a fast runner that it took them time to actually abduct her. So, you know, she fought that. And then when I eventually spoke to her, she was, after having, you know, married off, marriage by abduction, she was circumcised and she was left with this man. And all she dreamt about was how she was going to escape. And when she did escape and went back to the village, it was her mother and the family who took her back. They sent her back because this is harmful traditional practices. This was something that would be embarrassing for the family, that she runs back home. And so she is taken back to the very same person who was the perpetrator, and she has to contend with that. So when we say, what do we do? What do we do as women so that we don't police other women? What do we do as women so that we become support and we become the strength and we become the voice of the other women? I really liked what you had to say, Dr. Martin, because when you talk about, you know, creating the alliance is intergenerational. The alliance is intersectional, because whether I sit as a filmmaker or you sit as a professor or somebody sits as a gardener or as a domestic worker, how do we come together to support each other across those intersections, but also across the age? Because it is particularly important that we ensure that our young girl children are given that voice. And I just want to say in closing, Odelia, I did a lot of work in Holland in particular around children and media. And they do a wonderful project called it's Kids and Docs. So documentaries made for children, but they include children in those voices, in the storytelling. And I came back to South Africa and Africa per se, and I was saying how important it is to producers that, you know, as an adult, I can tell the story of the girl child. But when the girl child tells her own story, it is so much more powerful. So then they'll say, oh, no, but, you know, how she can't do it, she's not trained. But that's part of the training. That's part of you engaging with the voices of young people. Include them in your storytelling. Include them in your roundtable. Bring them into those spaces so that they can be part of that conversation. So the thing in Amsterdam was kids and clear, and it was about color. It was about racism. It was about saying, move me out of behind the scenes and behind the camera to in front of the camera. So children need to see color. They need to see other children that look like them. that can do these different tasks. So that is the empowerment, and I think that is really important. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for that. Mary, just to perhaps bring you in as well into this conversation. So what I would like to hear from you as a young student activist, right, a young student leader, assuming that, patriarchy also rears itself in your context, in university context, which has been the case in other areas as well, whereby as young women who are leaders in the university space also have to contend with male comrades or leaders who in many instances actually harbor very problematic ideas around how young women actually should relate with them. I'll give you an example. So, for instance, in certain areas, you may find that young. I don't want to sort of go back to the South African experience, but in other contexts as well, this does happen, whereby comrades or fellow male leaders tend to look at fellow female leaders as sexual objects. Right, so that yes, you're my comrade. I work with you in leadership for whatever purpose, but also I view you as a potential sex partner, right? And these are some of the issues that women have to grapple with. So, as a young student leader, so what would be your view of this, and also what would be your advice to other young women out there who are interested in leadership?
All right, thank you very much. Well, the first thing I would look at is, as a young leader and an advocate, I call myself an advocate, I would look at sensitization of the young people about their sexual, reproductive health rights. In this, they'll be empowered not to accept anything related to sexual exploitation. That is something that I'm building as a student with my other fellow girls in the university, because it's getting too much in high tertiary institutions. And the other issue is, as a shiro, I always use that as I speak to young girls. As a shiro, I would use my heal ways, of life. That is through storytelling. The stories will inspire these girls who have faced this kind of sexual harassment, sexual exploitation, and they'll be able to heal. They'll get inspired through what other girls are happening to share, because these sexual, exploitation kind of things are happening in job, places, then schools, wherever, even from home. So I think when someone tells his or her story, she's able to heal others. She's able to inspire others to also wake up and speak about what they're facing. So that is something I use as a shiro to heal the university girls that are going through this. Yes, that's all I could use as me, Mary. That's all I am using as a young leader and a women advocate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. This, as you were speaking, it actually made me think of Angela. I know she's not part of the of the round table, but I really wish that you could weigh in on this as well, Angela. Considering that what Mary mentioned also speaks to sort of the socioeconomic vulnerability, right, of a number of young women that would then find themselves being sort of easily exploited, right? So for instance, let's have a situation or an example whereby you're a young university student, possibly the first from your family to go there. Your family had to scrabble to actually get you into university, right? You literally don't have money for books and all these other things. And then comes some sugar daddy, right, or some older man with money, and actually, proposes what is called this transactional sex. So in this case, in those kinds of situations, that then speaks to the importance of really economic empowerment, right? And really putting women in situations whereby really become empowered, and also women and their families, right? Women and their families. So I would love to hear from you, given the work that you are doing, how can you then sort of advise, right, others, and also share your own ideas around how we can actually respond to that deficit socioeconomically?
Wow. Thanks, Dikaliti, for bringing me into the dialogue. As a woman, and also having close sisters and friends around me who have been victims of domestic abuse, molestation, rape. I have sisters in my circle who have dealt with those things from strangers, and most of the time family members. It's interesting that the men that violate women here are men, or they may be boyfriends of the mother. It could be a cousin, a brother, a grandfather, a father. It gets really horrific, and sometimes it's even hard for me to digest the horror that some of my sisters have been through, even as children, young women, and even as adult women. And there's also a phenomenon called date rape that women go through, have to endure, where you're kind of friendly with a guy, but you didn't want to have sex with them, and then they violate you. And so that has hit my circle of women personally, and having to, grieve with them in those instances. Before I get into the solution, I also want to mention when we were in Tanzania in November, in a city called Bagamoyo, where we did the artisan conference. What was profound to me being in Africa on the ground is that men were approaching me in conversations that were about advocacy for women. They actually mentioned in that particular town that over 90-something% of the women, I don't know if that's true or not, but a large percentage of the young women are dealing with HPV, which is perhaps a sexually transmitted disease. And they said that it's a high number of that in that particular town because the women are having sex with men just for basic sustenance, for food and, perhaps school fees or whatever, they need. And so they were addressing me, asking what type of solutions that we could put in place. What could we do to address the issue? And we did come up with something. But when I began to have the dialogue with other African women, particularly those that are interested in political spaces and running for political office, they kind of enlightened me to say that really the men are sometimes blocking their advancement to get in political office, to get in place of position, and that they, may be violating or using, sexual aggression as a means to have upward mobility or to even get those opportunities. So I was kind of surprised or confused because I'm like, oh, this is great. The men are chivalrous. They care about women's issues. They're advocating on behalf of the women and girls. And then on the other hand, I'm hearing women say, well, maybe not really. They're really blocking our advancement and blocking our progress by being in the way and getting the funding and maybe pretending like they care about women's issues. So to me, this creates a dichotomy in which we have to address, because in the U.S., I know that Commission of the Status of Women in general probably promotes feminism, but me, myself, I'm not a feminist, and we don't push a feminist agenda on the Global African She-Rose Union platform, because we do believe in the principle of ma'at, which is balance. And so we think that brothers and sisters, men and women, together, we have to work together to address our issues. Although we as women are taking a lead role at this time, because this is just where we are in time, that we have to take ownership, and we are the ones who we're waiting for to be decision makers. But that doesn't mean that the woman is more than the man or vice versa. And so it's an interesting paradigm that we find ourselves in. From a solutions base, of course, my background in finance, accounting, international business, I bring 25 years of corporate experience, as well as 2 decades of experience as a lecturer. I teach accounting, finance, and international business. And I'm also a
serial entrepreneur. I run about 4 businesses, a nonprofit organization, and I'm also partner and principal in several other businesses. And so what's been freedom for me personally, how I've been able to be independent, is that I've been able to diversify my skills over a period of time and find more than one way to earn income. And having the ability to earn your own income does give you freedom, because you don't have to depend on a man or anyone else to make sure you can eat, make sure you can live, make sure you can get around. And I even have 2 children. I'm a single mother. They're almost adults, but I raise them as well as go through the educational systems and have a career and do all of these other things. And so that's why my heart goes to young women that are in institutions and are in situations that they feel trapped and that they can't do anything. So I think there are several things that we can do. We can teach our sisters how to do things. I mean, knowledge is power, but I like to take the knowledge the next step and teach application, how to do something. If you know how to speak pretty well, you can work in a call center. You can be a virtual assistant. You can work remotely if you've mastered the English language. You can do that from home with a good internet signal, with a good phone, and then you can earn you some money. If you know how to cook well, maybe we can provide you a little bit of equipment that you can cook. I have a juicing business. All it takes is a machine, and you can sell some juice or do something in your town, and other services and products. So I think part of it is teaching how to do things, skill development, so that women get skills. I mean, we know we do most of the farming, so if we could take the food and make it a value-added product that we could sell to the stores, then that's a way for us to be able to earn. So I think there's 1,000 ways to make money. There's 1,000 different ideas that we could put forward. And so at the grassroots level, each one should teach one. We should be teaching young women how to do things. And then those of us that maybe have a little more resources that we can work as a collective, we should try to create jobs for our people. I know that I was looking for an assistant, and I put it out there. I had like 45 applicants. A lot of them were degreed to be a virtual assistant. And that told me that there's a lot of human resources in the continent, men and women, but there are not a lot of opportunities. And so we can put ourselves in a position to work together and, hire young ladies to work in our shops, and, to make products and sell them, to use their education to provide services. So there's a lot of things that we can do at an individual level and a collective level. And then, of course, those of us that are in spaces like the African Union, the European Union, the United Nations, ministries, corporations, nonprofit organizations, we need to be the voice for the voiceless. We need to be the voice for that woman to say, look, okay, you say you're about equity, you say you're about inclusivity, you say you're about diversity, and all these fancy words that we use to make us feel good. Well, put your money where your mouth is. We need those resources. Like, we need them. Like, write that check so that we can hire, 20, 30, 40 of our women. And so, I mean, really, I feel like that's the bottom line. Like, we have to take personal responsibility, but as a sisterhood, we should support each other, do business with each other. If you make necklaces and I can afford to buy them, I should buy them. If you make necklaces and you could give me a couple that I can sell them and you let me have a couple of dollars off of that, then let's figure it out. Let's create our own systems and put them in place so that we can empower one another, as well as hold the structures and the other systems responsible for giving us what they rightfully owe us too. We're not going to let them off the hook, but we can't depend on that 100%. We have to create our own independence, as well as hold those power structures accountable. So that's how I would respond to that. Thank you.
Well, talking about power structures and institutions, I think one of the things that also come up that are of importance, and I think this links up to leadership at governmental levels and also with international institutions, is that if, say, you're in a position whereby a state, and I know this may come up sort of I don't know, a problem for certain people and certain views. But if a state is able to provide social infrastructure, right, like for instance, education, right, healthcare, so that means women may not necessarily find themselves in positions of vulnerability because education will be accessible. Because I'm just trying to imagine how much, me selling a necklace would actually be able to fund university fees, which are really, really, really high, right? If you think about the South African context, and I don't know in other areas as well, right? And one thing that we see across the continent is that women are very entrepreneurial. Like women are always selling things. Women are always doing some productive, sort of work. If it's not selling food, it is selling, whatever that they find. Like African women on the continent are never idle. Yet it's not sufficient for them to finance going into spaces such as, for instance, university, right? For others, it may be possible whereby you can save up throughout the years, and by God's grace or Allah's grace, that you're able, ancestors, that you're able to save enough. But it's not necessarily the case for everybody, right? So I think the other thing that we really, really sort of our leaders also have to think about is really revisiting the idea of ensuring that we have strong institutions, apart from strong institutions, but also ensuring that we sort of finance public resources and public institutions, right? Public infrastructure, sorry. Because if a woman's baby, say for instance, if a woman who is a trader, right, if she's selling necklaces, if she's selling whatever on the street or wherever, then that money can go into other things as opposed to having to go pay for medication because the child has suddenly became sick. So these are issues that we really need to think about. So the whole privatization of public public healthcare, public services, education, and so forth, these are issues that really have an impact on women, right? That do have an impact on women. And just to go back to the aspect of, young women who have been exploited in the university space, imagine if education at that level used to be free. And I'm sort of saying this in light of what South African students are currently fighting and protesting about, right? So access into that space then actually eliminates a number of vulnerabilities. So we really need to think about all these things. And obviously also think creatively around how to finance these things in a sustainable way, right? In a sustainable manner. So with that in mind, so Irene is back, yes. So Irene, so please, just tell us, thank you, Anel, I have noted you. So then hopefully you will then speak after Irene. Is that okay? Awesome. So yes, please, Irene, introduce yourself. Tell us about your fabulous self and what you do and so forth. And maybe also then weigh in on the conversation as well. Share your opinion on some of the things that have been said already.
Hi, everyone. So bear with my quality of the video is very low, but I believe at least you can see me. My name is Irene Fugara. I'm working in Tanzania. Also, I'm staying in Tanzania, and I'm a Tanzanian. I am also a founder of a non-profit, which is Bright Jamii Initiative. And actually, I'm a lawyer by profession, but I happen to be a lawyer who preferred to work with the community. And when I say working with a community, it's in a perspective that I didn't see myself in the courthouse waiting for women or any other person in the community to have any problem with the law, with the fellow citizen, and to need legal assistance. Instead, I thought there is more that is needed to women and children, especially on the legal side. Talking of the legal education, to help them to be aware of their rights, but also to be the agents of their own changes. And that's what we're doing as a team at Bright Jamii Initiative. So typically, the life that I observe around me, and also that is partly part of what I've gone through my own small cycle of friends, A few years ago, as I was working in a certain office, it's a non-profit as well for human rights. My friend and I were pregnant at almost the same time, we just in different trimesters. And my friend, who was in another project, community project, was called by the director of that organization, and she was told, like, you know, as you are in that situation, you're pregnant, we cannot hold you, we cannot afford you, we cannot pay or make you be safe in this working environment, because once you go for maternity, most of activities that you're doing will have no one will be there to work on your behalf. So what you're going to do, the salary that you're going to be paid is going to be split in half, so that we get a person who will handle your business once you're in maternity. To me, this kind of triggered me. I know, like, whatever I'm feeling right now is something that has really to be in my action. If I keep quiet, this is going to haunt me. Actually, this is what I still see up to this moment. I still see a lot of women, especially now we are talking about my fellow who is a lawyer, who went through this kind of a problem, and she really quitted. She couldn't go on because she's went through this from the fellow lawyer. But what about those women who don't know how to read and write? What about those women who did not even go to school? And so I see a number of them. I see a number of them who are working in informal sectors. I see a lot of them who are dropping out of school because of the pregnancy. And in our country, pregnancy by a student is a disqualification from the normal and formal system of education. In our country, you appear to be a pregnant woman at a working place, that is a threat. That means you're showing how dangerous you are to the economy of these people, to the income of the employers. And so this creates a hard situation. And most of women that I work around with, most of women that our team is supporting, are women who are either in two groups. Of course, we have young girls who dropped out of school because of pregnancy issues. And in our country, still we're working on the laws. The government is yet to review the law, because we have already been doing a lot to seek for the review for the law that allows a child of 14 to 15 years to marry a girl, but for boys can marry from 18 plus years. So we think that girls are denied their right to education just because of the pregnancy, because once they are pregnant, they cannot go back to the normal system. And even if they're allowed to go to another systems like vocational studies, the government vocational studies, still most of these girls are not offered enough psychological support, psychosocial support to enable them to feel like they have their dreams and their dreams are still valid. And the community in general does not support them to go back to school. They take them as mothers. They take them as people who lost their dreams. And so this is one category, but there's another category of women who cannot access their labor rights, women who cannot flourish, who cannot access their finances, financial freedom, just because working environment does not support women. And then this is at least a summary of what I've been doing. In relation to others, what they've been sharing, I think there's a lot to do to bridge the laws, but also with the practice. There's a gap. Talking of my country, we have good laws in place. Although some of them need to be reviewed, like I've been talking about the family, the marriage law, but we also have other policies and laws that you can say we can set an example. Some of the East African countries have been setting an example of some of our laws, like talking of land laws, the property ownership of how women own property, how women can inherit land or can own land. A lot of things have been changing recently, that a woman and a man who are married can have a land bearing both names, not Mr. and Mrs. Just Irene Fugara and Mr. So-and-so are all owners.
But this is a big, remarkable change to us and a lot of other laws. But what about implementation? And this has been the problem in most of our countries. We're having good pieces of laws, policies, but implementation level, we find typically different things. Either the citizens, the people, the community is not aware, or maybe the enforcement is a problem. Most of these countries put laws in places as a compliance to fit in what is demanded internationally because of what they've been signing as international documents from the UN membership. But do we see these things being done in the community? That's the question we have. I think we need to also, we need to collaborate more to see that happen. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that. Maybe just to put a spotlight on my sister, who's a co-founder of Afro Sawa, Busi. So her work is centered on assisting the governments, or particularly South Africa, for policy implementation, right? And some of the issues, or what we've seen, or some of the things she's highlighted through our work, is that sometimes the people on the ground, right, the people who are supposed to be implementing, a lot of them don't even know, right? So they don't even know how to implement. So the gap also could be created by that the lawmakers make the laws, but those who are on the ground, those who are sort of public servants, those who are operating on the ground, they don't even know themselves how to implement. So in that sense, that's something that also perhaps should be responded to, should be looked into as well. Maybe paid research to really verify if that is the case across the board, and if that is the case, that interventions are on training in order for administrators, public administrators, to be able to be in positions whereby they're empowered enough to implement. So and then also just also in certain instances around enforcement. So those who then fail to implement, policies that are there, then there has to also be accountability, right? And this is where monitoring and evaluation that comes in as well, right? So I think all these things that speak to governance. So let's give the floor to Anel. Yes, please share with us.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
My name is Arnell Cruz. I do live in Canada. Originally, I'm from Liberia. Monrovia, Liberia is in West Africa as well. And I migrated to Canada as a refugee. I did live in 3 other African countries apart from Liberia, so leaving the war. So I did get to live in Ivory Coast. We lived in Nigeria for a little bit, and then we lived in Ghana, where later on we went back to Ghana. When things started in Liberia, a little bit, we went back to Liberia. When things got heated up, we left again and went to Ghana, from Ghana to Canada. So seeing the life here in Canada and the life that we have lived, with the struggle in Liberia, West Africa, that was one of the things that encouraged me to tell my story, because a lot of young girls and boys are still enduring the pain of the past. And a country that is devastated by war, there's so many things that can go wrong. The country is unsafe, and even after the war is over, families are messed up, and they are now living on survivor instead of logic, right? So where you see, even in Liberia up to present, there's still child prostitution from 10 years old. Child prostitution at 10 years old. And when you're living in the Western world that you see is not okay for those kind of stuff, it breaks your heart. So I decided to tell my story when I wrote about my life, being molested as a child, the war experience, being raped, as a teenage girl, and being prostituted as a teenage girl. Those are things that should not happen to kids at all. Like, I have children. I'm married now. I'm a mother. I have kids. I would never want to see those things happen to my children. And to see that these things still exist in Africa, 2021, it really breaks my heart. And we need to encourage all women, and not just women alone. We focus on women and girls a lot, but we don't pay attention that boys are also molested. That we see a lot of domestic violence today in our world because we were just protecting the women and the girls. We were fighting for them, but we weren't open to know that boys were also getting molested as children. You know, whether it could be penetration, whether it could be oral sex, boys were getting sexually molested. And they could not talk these things out because it made them feel less than a man. So they grew up with all that anger inside of them. And even when they started life and want to meet someone or be in a relationship with someone, the anger from the past turned them to be aggressive abusers because these things so haunt them even though they're now men. You know, so that's why I tell my story so everybody else can be brave out there to tell their story, whether you're a boy, a girl, a woman, or a man, we are all being taken advantage of. So I'm the writer of this book, The Survivor Story of Arnell, a girl from Africa. My book is everywhere. It's on Amazon, Kindle, everywhere, every major website. Also, when it comes to empowering women, okay, because a broken mother is a broken home. We all know that. If a mother is sad, that day, the whole house is sad because mother is the light of the home. So for us to empower our women instead of just encouraging them to do little trade here and there, we need to start encouraging women to do things that men thought was impossible for us. For example, farming. I have never seen a farming industry that is just all women, you know? And women are nurturers. If we were to get involved in our culture, we can nurture the planet. You know, we can nurture the earth. And we also know the value of eating because we cook every day. We feed our kids, we feed our loved ones. So we know the value of food, we know the value of, you know, agriculture. So if you encourage women to get into agriculture, get into like poultry, you know, get into vegetation and fruit and all that kind of stuff. Get into things that men say is impossible for us. You know, even encourage women to get into trade. You know, like we can, I wish to see a day that I see an organization that women farm, women also sell what they farm, you know, as a group of women, not just as a small, you know, not just as a small group of people selling in the marketplaces, but imagine if a group of women were farmers and we were to sell to the market to other women. We will understand what it means to be a woman and want to feed your family. The price will be reasonable. It won't be high, it won't be low, but it will be affordable because we are mothers. We know what it means to want to feed. You know, we know what it means to want to take care of. So we need to start motivating our women that don't just sell on the street because the money you make that day is not going to be enough for you to take care of your kids, send them to school, feed them, pay the bills. Let's come together, work as a team. Whatever we make together as a profit, we split it among all women equally. You know, that will help us gain more attention. But we see a lot of men are involved into bigger businesses. So women feel limited. Women feel, like for example, even imagine if we had a women construction company where it's all women building houses. You know how beautiful those houses would be. And they will also be affordable because a mother knows what it means not to have a home. No woman want to be homeless, you know, with her child on the street. So women will create affordable housing for other women to live in. And I want to add to what Angela said when it comes to rape and molestation, including family members. Though I was raped by a stranger, molested by an adopted uncle. Even right in this Canada, I was raped by my own first cousin, my aunt's son. So my mom and her sister, they both share mothers, but they're from different fathers. But they both came from the same womb. So I saw my cousin as my little brother. You know, so when my cousin was homeless in Canada, I said to myself, there's no way my cousin can not have a place to sleep. And I just watched something bad happen to him out there in the street. So I brought my cousin to come and live with me. I said to him, I said, look, get your education. Become somebody in this future. There's a lot you can do. But I didn't know my cousin had a bad intention for me. So one day, just to make the story short, one day I came home late. You know, it wasn't very late, but it was like, you know, in the evening. And I asked my cousin for a glass of water to drink. And I remember I came home tired because I wanted to visit some friends. So I said, I'm just going to jump in my bed with my clothes on, tomorrow change. I asked my cousin for a glass of water, and he dropped my water. Okay? My cousin dropped my water, and I didn't know. I drank it because I trusted him. And when I woke up, I didn't even know what happened to me. I woke up the next morning, I was completely naked with just my jeans trim and me on the floor in my living room with him wrapped with his boxer on. He had no clothes, just his underpants on. I was shaking. I was crying. I asked him what happened to me. My cousin looked at me and said, you don't know what happened to me. I said, I went to bed with clothes on. I wake up naked. What did you do? My cousin said, the only thing I know, you were screaming all night. I said, screaming for what? What was happening to me? So we can trust people, but we cannot totally trust people. And these things are hard. And I never believed that in my life I would ever hate my cousin for life, but I hate him. I hate him so much because that's something that's supposed to happen to family among family. So we need to encourage more women to be strong, to tell the story, so that other younger women and mature women and growing up women can learn to see how these things play out so they can learn to protect themselves. If we just have education, but without talking about, sexual abuse in a different, because sexual abuse happens so many different ways. There's so many ways. If we just talk about one way sexual abuse happens, a girl is not going to know how it's going to happen next. But if we are all telling stories of our experiences, and these stories can be published, where girls can watch these videos when it comes to domestic abuse, sexual abuse, these girls would be able to pinpoint when a family member or someone out there has a personality that just ain't right, that they need to protect themselves, that they shouldn't just trust anyone just because the person has a family title, or they shouldn't just trust anyone because the person saying, I love you, or because you're beautiful. We need to educate our females how to protect themselves, and if we can protect our women by educating them on our past experiences, they will be able to teach their children as well how to protect themselves for the future. So these things, sometimes it gets uncomfortable when you hear it, but it's not easy to talk about. And when I started publicly talking about my life story, it wasn't easy for me. It took me 7 years to write my book. And before my book was publishing, I had anxiety. It's like I was, oh my God, the whole world's gonna know I'm damaged. Like, oh my God, they're gonna know what happened to me. Oh my God, because people want to put out this image that they're so perfect and nothing happened to them. But we need to be vulnerable to tell the truth. We need to be able to expose these things so that these things are not kept on the rug, And I'm glad that women are coming out in my e-boxes. A girl in Edmonton in my city, I'm not going to say her name due to privacy, but she said to me, I know it happened to me too. I got raped in our community and I'm still hurt by what happened. The guy still works freely in the community. So these are things that everyone needs to speak about. A friend of mine killed herself in 2018. She was a Canadian woman. So this is not just an African thing. It's a global pandemic. But nobody wants to talk about it because when they hear the level in which these things are happening, like, oh my God, this is disgusting. I don't want to hear, I don't want to see it, I don't want to know anything about it. But this is people's sad reality. My friend killed herself in 2018. And it still pains me today. I wish she was as strong as me to tell her story so her family can persecute her uncle. My friend was a white Canadian lady who got raped by her own uncle, her mother's brother. He took her to spend a weekend with his own kids. So this is a guy who was a father. He had daughters. And he raped her at 8 years old and took her virginity out of his house. So these things need to be talked about because if we don't talk about it, the war is never going to be okay. We're just going to keep creating monsters for the future. So thank you, ladies, for giving me this platform, and I really appreciate all of you. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anel, for sharing. For coming onto the platform, actually, being strong enough to tell us the story. And we're hoping that everyone who is watching, or anyone who is watching, could be inspired also to speak. But at the same time, also, we're hoping that to those who may be triggered by some of the conversations, very sensitive conversations we've had, please do not hesitate to reach out for help, right? Don't go to just find somebody that you trust, reach out for assistance, because to deal with trauma, to deal with, the trauma of sexual violence, or any form of violence for that matter, is something that should be shared as a burden. So for those who are triggered, please assist, and those who are inspired, please speak. We need those voices, as Anel has advised, right? We need all of those voices. So the other thing that I was actually thinking about as you were speaking, particularly with regards to agriculture, is that please get in contact with Davisha, right? So she's running a phenomenal NGO, which is centered on, sort of women in agriculture. So please get in touch with her, and then see how you guys can work together. All right. So because of time, and I'm just also thinking about this conversation, right? I just want to link it to, because I mean, this issues around sexual violence, sexism, and so forth. There's one that we have not touched on, which came up earlier, and this also seems to be a global phenomenon. I'm just thinking about sort of the impact, and I think we've highlighted this to a certain extent, but hopefully there'll be greater conversations as well, and maybe more empirical research around the impact of, or the implication of, experiences of violence on women's productivity, right, and women's ability to actually participate in the public sphere, or in businesses, or whatever work of life that they're in. I mean, how do you survive? How do you work? How do you become productive while you're also dealing with trauma? So, I mean, these are some of the issues that need to be addressed. These are some of the issues that do really have an impact on women. And obviously, I would assume capacity to really be active. But at the same time, we also would love to celebrate women who triumph, right? Who become stronger to actually get back in sort of the productive work, and also celebrate women who are also taking time off to take care of themselves. Right. So if trauma has enabled you or rendered you paralyzed, that is also okay. It's part of the healing process. So if you are taking time to heal, we'll also celebrate you. And I think that is something that perhaps labor laws should also be thinking about, right? I mean, Ari mentioned earlier, so challenges around maternity leave in her country, and I'm sure this is not unique to Tanzania also, only the other countries as well. But maybe the other thing that we really also need to be thinking about is how then do we also assist women who are workers, but also having to deal with sexual trauma, right? So these are some of the issues that could also sort of come up and be tabled as well, if we're thinking about labor laws, because these are realities. These are the realities. Unfortunately, it'd be great to live in a world that is free of violence, but so far, as long as there is violence and that is meted against women, then workers, so women workers also have to be responded to in terms of this, right? How do we offer support in these spaces for them to be able to deal and also sort of be continue to be productive? And I think this is employers' responsibilities as well, right? So the well-being of workers should also factor the fact that we have traumatized people, we have traumatized workers. So in that sense, there could be a conversation that could be held as well. And then if there are countries or if there are companies out there that are already doing that kind of work, please come forward so that we also learn. I mean, best practices always should be replicated everywhere. So with that in mind, because we're also running out of time, so what I'm going to do is just to wrap up the session and thank everyone for taking the time to be with us. And then one thing that before I do, I'd like Bonsu to stay on the line, to stay in, because later on we're hoping that she'll share something. with us in light of the work the wonderful work that she's doing in terms of empowering women as well. So thus far, the conversations have been centered on, I mean, definitely everybody is, of the same page in terms of empowerment in women and the women's positionality. And as much as we're doing amazing things, there are also other barriers, right? And some of these barriers that have been mentioned are centered on leadership, sort of access to education, issues of racism, sort of omission of women in sort of public discourse and public history as well. So, for instance, what Dr. Maria mentioned earlier, I mean, when you think about the heroes, Pan-African heroes, who comes out, right? When you think about liberation, when you're celebrating Liberation Days, whose image comes first, right? So it is hardly women who actually participated in freeing us globally, right? Sorry. So it is important to bring women back into history, right? Into various national histories and international history as well. So and also the issue of migration came up earlier, right? So being migrant labor, so having to sort of navigate identity in foreign lands, right? And in the diaspora, which is what Odilia was also mentioning, and to a certain extent, Dr. Njeri also mentioned as well. And I think Anel, to a certain extent, also covered this, right? So having to deal with sort of being African in a space which is not necessarily maybe receptive of you, right? And in cases where there is reception, there's experience of alienation as well. And then how do you respond to these issues that actually have impact on identities, that also have impact in terms of not alienating us? So these are certainly issues that sort of women, global African women are finding themselves. And by the way, today is Global African Women's Day. So it's actually befitting that we are having conversation about, global African women. And obviously, I would like us to also note that not everyone, not every global African, or not every woman for that matter, is mentioned, or the issues I mentioned in this case. For instance, let's think about the queer community in the continent or in many other places, right? So that there's certain women who may be marginalized on the basis of their sexuality, right? In as much as we have all these sort of progressive laws and so forth, which we're attempting to be inclusive of heterosexual women, there are other women as well who are marginalized, right? So on the basis of their sexuality, there are certain women who are not able to be free in terms of, also in terms of access as well. So the other women who are subjected to violence on the basis of their sexuality. So these are also other women who are African, and those issues and stories also need to be spoken about. And those are also other issues that we also have to grapple with as well. So I know sort of Sipukazi was supposed to have been on the segment, but unfortunately she is in South Africa right now, whereby she has experienced load shedding, so she couldn't join. Again, public infrastructure, right? Public infrastructure, which I should not be commenting on, but these are serious issues that also hamper women's participation, particularly through thinking about a digitized economy, right? Whereby now a lot of things have gone online. So if you're talking about things that have gone online, to what extent would every single woman, wherever they are, have access to participate in online economy, in online activities, in online wherever that happens? So it is important for us to sort of also sort of continue to think about these things. That access is not equal at all. Not all women have the same sort of resources or access to the same opportunities as well. So in as much as we may be global African women, there are certain sort of intersections that sort of differentiate our experiences, and we must be sensitive to that, which is what I love feminism. I'm a feminist, by the way.
I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt. We have 14 minutes, and we were supposed to have a chat with Kim Poole, but she has given us a video. In lieu of that, I want to make sure we have time to do that before the clock finishes.
Yes, no, I'm definitely going through. I just going through the what's this our program. Yeah. So in that sense, So yeah, well, I was taking the liberty because I know Mary segment, she became part of the roundtable. So nonetheless, with that in mind, please, sisters, continue to inspire us. Continue to do the amazing work that you're doing. Continue to be voices for yourselves and also for other women around you, but also be the kind of continue to be the kind of change agents that will inspire others light to shine bright as well. So in that sense, I am definitely going to have to hand over the session to Kim. So Kim Poole, who is the founder of GASU, by the way, I have to highlight that, a phenomenal sort of businesswoman and artist who's doing, amazing work globally, particularly in the African continent as well. So in the USA as well. So I would like to give the floor to her. But before we do that, please, Bonsu, please just share with us, just for like 2 minutes, right, what you wanted to share with us earlier.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Unfortunately, my line dropped. I wanted to talk about the sexual harassment of women and
Bonsu? Okay, it seems like the line is yeah, she's still having issues. Kim, are you online?
I think something was going on with her phone, but she gave us instructions in lieu of, we have a video on her behalf.
Okay. All right. So perhaps we could stop playing that. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, let me make sure I have the volume on sound. Okay, here we go. All right, so on behalf of Kim Poole, our founder, this is her contribution.
Ida B. Wells, Harriet Tubman, Sick and Tired of Being Sick and Tired, Fannie Lou Hamer. The list goes on. And, in the African worldview, they say that you don't die until you're forgotten. Say her name and ensure that we never forget. How could we ever forget? So we won't. But I'm not here today for Black Lives Matter movement. Black women know that Black Lives Matter. You see, we birthed nations. The cradle of civilization is in our womb. So we don't need a rally to say that Black Lives Matter. We understand that. I'm here today because this is the most authentic movement for Black women since 1997, when the Million Woman March gathered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in an October just like this. And they marched in their sweaters proud across Philadelphia to celebrate the beauty and resilience of Black women. I'm not here in an effort to lament what lives were lost too soon. I'm here to celebrate what their lives are going to do to motivate us. We won't let them die in vain. Oh no. And yes, Kamala, we will stroll to the polls. But we will not make the mistakes of our foremothers. 100 years ago, Black women joined Susan B. Anthony, the Elizabeth Caddies, and we fought with the women's suffrage movement in 1920. And what did Black women get for that? Nothing. Nothing. We will not make the mistakes of our foremothers. Make no mistake about it. We are not here for civil rights. There is nothing that defunding the police will do to protect Black women, Brianna. There is nothing that defunding the police will do in a country that was designed to use you as property, as a breeding ground our words to the world stage, because we are refugees in this country. When you cannot sleep in your own bed at night, a restful sleep in a place that you paid for with the sweat of your brow, when you can't rest peacefully. We are refugees in a country that our blood, sweat, and tears built. My ancestors were the first stock on Wall Street. This country is wealthy today because we worked for free. Any country, any business survives when you have 400 years of free labor. That's what we did. That's what black women did. Watched our men abused. We endured it all. Black women. Michelle Obama was the first lady, and it meant nothing for black women. She got on Facebook and said she's suffering from a low-grade depression. Sick and tired of an endless pain that doesn't seem to end. What are we to say to little girls about the state of black women and the state of black families? We let them know that black women, you have the largest buying power globally. I stand here today, my name is Kim Poole, and I'm not standing here as an individual. I represent women in African Shiro sisterhoods in 16 countries around the world, from Ghana, from Gambia, from Liberia, from Uganda, from Tanzania, from South Africa, from Guadeloupe, from Jamaica, from the Netherlands, from France, etc. And they stand here with you and they see you, black woman in America. And they understand your plight. They understand that our stories are connected. They understand that we are stronger together. We can no longer divide our stories. Protecting black women in the U.S. means protecting black women everywhere. Breonna Taylor, you will not die in vain. You will not die in vain. Say her name.
Breonna Taylor. Ooh, wow.
Yes.
Okay, so Kim is with us. So Kim, if you want to unmute your right, let me turn that off.
I will try. I literally have 2%. It has been a long day, ladies, and we have gotten so much work done. And my poor phone's battery is just not the most recent, my Samsung 9. Angela, thank you for playing that video. I know that our time is coming to an end, but I'm not sure how much you all spoke on the status of Black women in the U.S. I know that you did hear the video she just played, but I want you to know, in Africa and in Europe, don't be fooled by symbolism. We're not just fighting to get a position to be a face on a postcard or in an office, whatever role that we're playing. Make sure that it's actionable. Make sure that it's backed up with an action plan that has roots that's going to be systemic. We're looking for systemic change, and you have to plan that in the beginning. And so in the U.S., we understand, what symbolism means, the token in the room, and we're so beyond that. It doesn't benefit us. The poems that make us feel good and have proud self-esteem, the posters with women with afros, or even the president that they call Kamala because her name is a little more ethnic than the previous ones before us. You still have to stand up and call them to attention. You still have to make sure that they do what they say they'll do. The U.S. hasn't signed CEDAW. That's one policy that the United Nations, as a result of Beijing, has put into place. The U.S. has not signed that for gender equity for any woman, let alone Black women. And as you heard from Mama Sojourner Truth, we always get the last of the last. There's a book called Their Eyes Were Watching God. And inside that book, the mother talks to her granddaughter, Janie, and you'll find that in the U.S. A lot of grandmothers raising their grandchildren. And she says, the Black woman is the mule of the world. She said the nigger woman, but I'll say the Black woman. She said a white man give his tote to the black man, but he don't tote it. He bring it home and give it to his woman folk. That's why the black woman is the mule of the world. And so I'm talking to all the bag ladies today. If you tired of carrying other people's BS, it's time for us to redistribute it and deal with our own problems in our own community with our own solutions. We have the capacity to do it. I want to thank you so much for being with us on this United Nations platform. This is only the beginning. We have to move beyond events. We have to move beyond ceremonial leadership. We're done with the ceremonies. Thank you, Africa, for teaching us the traditions. We are done with traditions that teach us about practices that don't produce results.
I think her phone died.
What happened?
I think her phone died.
Okay. Well, we're done. We're done with symbolism. And it's time for some action. So we have 2 more minutes. I have everybody that if your video is on, then you will probably be showing on the screen live now. So if you would like for your face to be shown in the closing minutes, you know, turn your video on. We'll be able to wave to the people or give them a mandala, just to show that we're unified, we're one voice, even with our different issues, our different regions, our different ideologies. We intentfully are coming together on our commonalities, what is similar and where we can make a difference together in a collective way. And so it's been a pleasure, yes, for us to share this platform. I love you all. I look forward to us continuing to build. Special thank you to Davisha L. Johnson for being the steering committee chair this year. You did an amazing job. And to all of our facilitators, and just all of you, our prolific women, for opening up and sharing your story, being vulnerable in public. That's not easy to do. And just, you know, being critical thought leaders. Like, we are the ones we've been waiting for, and we can shake this thing up. And so I'm looking forward to us pooling our resources together and doing something for the greater good of global African women. So if all of y'all would just wave, give a queen's wave, a power fist, and a mandala. And
Amandla. No, I have to correct that. Amandla. Ooh, Amandla, not Amandla. Yes.
Amandla. All right. We're out. Peace, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
All right. Asante.
Asante.
Thank you all. That was the UNCSW 65 parallel event all day with the Global African Sheroes Union. This has been your moderator and steering committee host, Davisha L. Johnson. We will see you next year for UNCSW 66. Everyone have a great rest of your day or early morning. Thank you for joining.